Ladies and gentlemen, please, will you bring your attention to me? Oh, man, I finally got my headache to go away and I'm feeling good. I had tacos for lunch. Anyway, we're back with more Final Fantasy XIV Realm Reborn Revisited. We are almost done with the content that I wanted to cover extra from the MSQ. Today we're going to be doing 2 streams, one now, one a little bit later. We're covering the last 2 job quests for Realm Reborn. And then tomorrow we will be starting and doing all of the commander roles, so that's all there. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and get into this. I've already got New Game Plus loaded up for this. We are covering, this one's going to cover Rogue / Ninja. So let's just see how it goes. There's not behind these covenant doors for a worldly type like you. Go. We're the dutiful sisters of Edelweiss, all pure and saintly like. Now bugger off. Hang on, I thought you was just a simple errand lad, but now I have a proper look. You're Strife, ain't ye? Yeah? I knew it. Something about milling primals leaves its mark on a code it does. Anyway, you being who you are, you must have had an inkling as to what goes on here, eh? Yeah, I must say you didn't know with one of my associates up in the business with Leviathan, if you recall. That's right, mate. You stand at the entrance of the Rogues Guild. Of course, 'twould be a poor sort of underground organization if we put a bleeding sign up on the front door. Anyway, from what Lady Yugiri told me, you're pretty handy at a scrap. She's off seeing to some private business right now, but I reckon we might have some use for a bang-up cove like you. If you've been interested in joining us, tip us your daddles and we'll put a hilt in each one, just like the gods intended. So, what do ye say? Fancy learning a new trade? Good to see you're keen, but I should probably warn you on a few points before you dive in. Where most guilds take pride in turning their members into the best bloody candlestick makers they can be, we only care about getting the job done. And the job ain't pretty. You become one of us and you'll be neck deep in scum and knife fights. So if you're looking to scamper across the rooftops and bilk dandies, or they're blunt, you'd best take up with a different crew. Think on that and then come back if you're still keen. I'm still keen. I didn't scare you off then? Benny. They told me you was a meddlesome cove, and so it's proved. You'll need every ounce of that metal soon enough. Now step inside and have a prattle with Jack. He's our upright man, the master of the guild. I'm the one they call Jackie. I'm surprised you heard of me. Perhaps you'd be good enough to tell me your name. Along with that kindly coverage, don't you mind? Ah, the famous Strife. Well, Lonnie Left Patch let you in, did he? Can't throw a blade for shy, but that one eye, you don't miss naught when it comes to sizing up a timber colt for the stalling. Just one thing, you ain't a pirate, are you? No? Well, then it's time you were stalled into the rogue. Put on your best, better... God, fucking pirate lingo. Put on your best beater cases and I'll swear you in myself when you're ready. Now, I could fill your waddles with the storied history of our guild, but that's just wind. The most important thing, the only thing we care about is getting the job done. Now, most folk, and I'm assuming you're among them, know that not long after Limsa's founding, the city was overrun by a motley collection of pirates and thieves. But as wild as the lot were, it soon became clear that they all ended up killing each other if they didn't lay down a few rules. An unspoken code of conduct, as it were. 1. You don't bite the purses of your fellow Laminsans. 2. you don't rook a crewmate out of their spoils, and 3, you don't trade calls like they was chattel. I'll admit the finer points of the code are a mite quirky, but most agree on those 3 at least. Now, you might be thinking none of that amounts to a sack of dillberries now that Admirals outlaw piracy. But the back alleys and black markets where Melwood's grip ain't so tight, the code's still alive and well. And just as the law is enforced by the Yellow Jackets, the code is regulated by us rogues. We go where the shadows are darkest and hand out justice to them as break the code. Some rum-soaked cove steals goods from the wrong call, and we steal them back. That's the job, my natty lad. Of course, we don't hop the twig when blade work's called for, neither. You'll see there's more to our dagger play than just sticking calls with the pointy end. We'll weaken a mark with poison, fade away, and strike in darkness. Whatever it takes to get the work done. Well, Strife, what do you say to that? Got the guts to do a rogue's job? I got the guts. Alright then, first off, we'll have to get your kit sorted. A rogue needs to be light on his dew beaters to stay on a Mark's trail. The job might have you fighting across the deck or weaving through a mob, and the last thing you want is a bleeding great battle axe that hooks itself on every rope and post. That's why we stick to daggers. They let you slip through the streets just as easily as they slip through a rook's ribs. Here, take these stabbers and let's see how they look on you. Just don't get excited with your new toys that you forget to dress for the role. You'd be surprised how many colts come back to me in bloody small clothes. Remove soul of the ninja. Managed to strap those daggers on without cutting yourself? Well, we're off to a good start, I'd say. Next, you want to get a feel for the weight and speed of your new weapons. I reckon these bleating sheets in the fields outside Limsa will serve for your first lesson. Test your blades at a few limbs, slice them up, and slice up some rats and pugils for good measure. Mind that you mill them beasties up one at a time, though, lad. I know you served far worse in the past, but you're no dimber-damber with them stabbers just yet. This is interesting because this is probably one of the... Since this one was released later, it's interesting the fact that they don't make you do... that you don't have the same stuff as, you know, Arcanist did. The lower decks. Fisherman's is closest. You look at the head inside. Done with your milling, are you? You can never have enough blade practice. Me young colt. In fact, I'll even add a list of marks of your hunting long. Pit yourself against the lot and you'll soon learn some new steps for your dance with the daggers. Now, you must think of yourself as a dancer, not a bleeding butcher. You only need so much force to ram a short blade into the hilt. Precision and speed, that's how you get the most out of your stabbers. Bulky armor will only have you plodding about like an ungodly Rorox, so make sure you're wearing gear that will let you move freely as well. Alright, get your blade work up to scratch, Strife, and I might just have a job for you. I'm back, I'm ready. Oh there, Strife, I must say you're looking comfortable enough with those stabbers of yours. I reckon you're good and ready for your next assignment. Ordinarily, I'd stow me woods and let you get on with your work, but seeing as we only just dragged you into the shadows, there might be a couple of things what you ain't familiar with. Let's build on what you likely do know, and that's the fact that the Admiral, God bless her soul, has outlawed piracy in Limsa. So, why do you think there's still so many sodden pirates in this town? I'll tell you why. It's because there's still one way for them to loot and pillage without incurring the wrath of the law. All you need to do is apply to serve the Thalacracy as a certified privateer. A captain with a privateer's license is free to terrorize the seas till the old goats come home, so long as he only targets vessels what belong to the Garlean Empire. Of course, considering how bloody vast the Empire is, that's plenty of looting to go around. Crews fill their holds with Imperial plunder, then sail back here to Limsa to offload the spoils, and that's where this particular case went sour. See, this one crew got their fambils on a Magitech device, a firing mechanism to be precise, but was rooked out of their hull by some heavy-handed coats. If you recall, that don't sit well with the code. If you're bold enough to rook a pirate out of his due, then you best be prepared for a visit from the rogues. And speaking of visiting rogues, Underfoot, over here, lad. I want the pair of you working together on this. Pass sentence on them code-defying rooks and bite back that Magitech Bart. Yeah? What's the cult need me for? You're in charge of new recruits, ain't you? It's Strife's first assignment. You're to go along and give him the benefit of your wisdom. Since when was I in charge of bugger it. Yeah, so I guess we're to be partners for now. The name is Harimu, but most of me fellows call me Underfoot. You might seem a touch reluctant, but Harimu is one of our best. You just do as he says and you'll get the job done. Alright then, young rogue, seeing as this is your first official outing, I want to be sure your dance steps are up to the task. With them short blades, you'll need to get good and close to your mark, huh? But we ain't bleeding swords and shining armor, and the lighter kit we wear ain't much protection from a click to a gun. Yeah. So if you fancy spitting blood and teeth, your best defense is simply not being there when your mark winds up to land a nasty clout. Sliding around to a flank usually does the trick, but there's some rum fun for every rogue should master, the shade shift. Clear your mind and trust in your speed, and you can leave an axe-wielding brute or spell-flinging mage chasing your shadow while you bury your stabbers in his guts. Right, now it's time you put this lesson into practice against some of these Aurelia out in lower Lenosha. I hope you was paying attention, lad, because those tentacles can pack a wallop. Enjoy! Good evening, afternoon, Mr. Ump. How are you today, sir? You're coming in to watch me butcher pirate lingo, or have it butcher me, one or the other. How are things going for you, I know you said I think the last time I remember stopping into a stream, you said that your personal life schedule was kind of conflicting with your desires for stream, so have things improved in that area yet? It's been a while since we've talked. I blame Zelyn Rain. Not yet, it will whenever I get my own pace. Any luck on that so far? Or any news in that regard? Nothing yet, but you're hoping soon. Okay. Done with your practicing? The sting of them tentacle buggers will soon teach you to stay on your toes, eh? Yeah, now we got your blood rushing. I say it's time to get down to work. First things first, we need to track down them adult coves that rooked the magic gadget. Might be as one of our rogues has heard something. The guild thrives on information, you see, and we've agents scattered far and wide with their glazes keen and their wattles to the ground. Let's pay us a visit to Iltwan at the Drana Wench. Ask her for a week ale and see what that gets you. I'm not setting you up for a laugh, lad, trust me. It's hard to trust a Lalafell underfoot. Welcome to the Drowning Wench. What's your pleasure, sir? Never in all my days we may serve some cheap grog in the wench, but not that was watered down. If our usual ale is too bold for your taste, mayhap you'd like to order from the underground menu? There's quite a lot on offer for a customer with your roguish charms. Was there something in particular I could help you with? The trouble over that Magitech loot. 'Twas not a subtle job. The gang in question is an unusual group of former pirates calling themselves the Dainty Demolishers. They seem to be enamored of court dandy mannerisms and have a preference for seizing Garlean machinery. They're also known for conspiring with goblins. Rumors say that the Demolishers visit a beastman camp in Middle Enosia to fence their goods. And those goods generally take the form of Imperial technology. I imagine the goblins were rather pleased to take possession of a Mark 38 anti-aircraft cannon firing mechanism. If you mean to steal the device back, then your trail leads to the goblin camp in Summerford. Summerford, eh? On your way, lad. Meet me across the river from the camp and we'll plan our next move. To Summerford. Oh. Almost done with these job quests. Oh. your noggin down, Strife. I've been snooching the action across the way there. No sign of demolishers, but I did see one of them gambler coats stuffing the Guardian gadget into his backpack. I knew it won't steer us right. This is your chance, lad. Clap that gambler gobby and grab that device. I lost track of which gob it was, but I'm thinking it's that sod on the left. Just make sure you dance away from any bomb blast. Twisting and dodging in the middle of a fireball fight may not save you from getting your eyebrows singed off. That's the way, lad. There's not for me to do but sit on me daddles and watch. So you've got the goods then. Aye, this is the device, ain't no mistaking. Let's get it back to the guild, eh? We still owe them demolisher bastards a million, but they'll keep for that now. Yeah, you should be the one to deliver the price of Jackie. It was your hand which snatched it out of the goblin's paws, after all. Captain, I say. Some fiend has perpetrated violence upon our goblin colleagues whilst we sought but to wet our throats with fine libations. This will not stand, Captain. Our finely filched loot has been pilfered from under our noses. Blast and bother, my bloody boils and bubbles at the temerity of this affront. I know not the identity of these audacious buffoons, but they shall be made to pay and pay dearly. With me, my fine fellows. Huzzah! No. They got personality, say that much. No, not the Arcanist Guild. Gosh darn it. Le Fisherman. I forgot how weird Rogue runs. You managed to grab the firing mechanism yet, Strife? Still in one piece, too. You've done well for your first assignment, lad. Don't look like much, but that crew put their lives on the line to cloy this here bauble. They'll be pleased to see it snatched back from the ruffians. We've yet to do for the dainty demolishers, Jackie. The job ain't over. You're right, Underfoot. It ain't. You break the code, you face the consequences. Oh ho! This is not at all what I expected from the inside of a covenant or convent. And who might you be, sirs? Your ignorance is understandable. After all, our schemes are always perfect. Our heists impeccable. Shall I reveal our infamous name and drink in your delicious terror? We are deadly, dastardly, and dictionally devilish. Quail before the dainty demolishers. Captain, I say, there's the cat who misappropriated our merchandise. I concur. He's the selfsame simpleton whom we trailed unnoticed to this very establishment. Surprise, surprise. Now, my dear Daniels, let us not be unpleasant. We should endeavor to resolve this distastefulness without resorting to insults or other less diplomatic methods. At least not yet. You there. Yes, the clean-cheeked errand boy. Be a good fellow and fetch your superior. One of your colleagues has committed a terrible crime against us, and we shall not be leaving until the proper restitution has been paid. Oh, an errand boy now, am I? Tell me, Captain, just what kind of place do you think this is, then? This place? Why, I suppose it's some manner of convent. The one-eyed doorman named it the Dutiful Sisters of Edelweiss or some such. Aye, and you've yet to realize your mistake. Your fate was sealed the moment you dragged your sorry quarren across the threshold. Are you threatening me, boy? I'll have my fellows cut out that impudent tongue. We've exhausted our reserves for dainty today, lads. Show these fraudulent sisters how the demolishers deal with upstarts. You still don't understand, do you? There are but 3 sorts of culls what the doorman will let pass. Clients, recruits, Godspit. I'll kill you all! Didn't your mom teach you not to interrupt a lady when she's talking? You'd have learned that the 3rd sort of call is a bollocks for brains mark what marches itself right into the rogue's den. Rogues? But we were so careful. I'd heard tales in my pirate days. Stories about the merciless wraiths who uphold the code. They weren't called rogues back then, though. The upright thieves they were. The knives and the shadows. You can't be them. You're just trying to scare me. Well, the captain of the dainty demolishers is not so easily cowed. To hell's with your deceptions. Huzzah! Huzzah for my fallen comrades! Deceptions? Aye, anyone you meet could be a rogue, Captain. Even a clean-cheeked errand boy. He's still breathing. Find some rope and string him up someplace in town. And now the job's done. Quite an introduction you had there, eh? Welcome to Limsa's ever-churning underbelly, where the thieves shed their skins and become rogues. I'm not much for discussing the old days, but since it's come up, I might as well clear up the confusion. It was back when piracy was at its peak. The coves what protected the code were Dimber Dambers, the best lads and lasses to be had from among the pirates' crew. They bit back the good, what was wrongly bitten, and came for the guilty under cover of darkmans. Upright thief became the title for these cubs, what dealt in sanctioned stealing and milling. But it was only those as had cut all ties with the buccaneer's life what was accepted into the ranks, conflicting loyalties and all that. They formed their own guild and even their own way of speaking. And what was once pirates was pirates no more. Later on, when Merwood took the Admiral's chair, the upright thieves agreed to abide by her laws. We became the Rogues Guild to mark the change and altered our recruiting policy to accept adventurers like yourself. But although the title is different, the job remains the same. Uphold the code and preserve the underground society which spawned us. Just as you've done with this assignment, keep up the good work, Strife, and you'll go far in the shadows. A fine evening to you, Strife. And a fine evening is for a spot of work, wouldn't you agree? This time around, it seems some eager buccaneers scampered aboard a local merchantman and made off with a shipment of muskets. Now, seeing as it ain't lawful to claim from a limited vessel to begin with, the Yellow Jackets fell upon them daft cubs before their boots was even dry. Aye, they caught the pirates right there on the docks, but the stolen boomsticks was nowhere to be found. Fenced in a longboat deal, I'm thinking. That's when our guild was officially contracted to retrieve the goods, which weren't really needful since the code would have had us on the job anyway. You don't bite the purses of your fellow Limsans and all that. So this is your assignment, me natty lad. Find out where them weapons went and bite the shipment back. Seeing as the cutters has hit the merchantmen are already rotting in irons, you needn't rush in your stabbers and stabbing. I want this job handled quick and quiet, and I'm a perfect partner to show you how it's done. This here's Vakeb the Stray. Ain't no other rogue what can match her in the arts of skulking. A pleasure. There's some problem, Vakeb? You seem a bit out of sorts. I'm bloody starving. I had one of them finger sandwiches set aside, you know, those egg-filled pasties that they make at the Bismarck. But when I got back from your work, it was bloody gone. Oh, that was Vakeb's? I thought it was Underfoot's. Well, you just head on your job, and I'll see if I can turn up the missing sandwich by the time you return. Alright, Jackie. Oh, one more little detail you should know. The muskets was meant for the Yellow Jackets' armory, so once all is aboard, you can hand the goods to one of their calls directly. Oh, Jackie, you done fucked up. We can start whenever you're ready, Strife. I've had a colleague keeping a wattle out for aught that might help us, so I suggest you have a few words with her first. You'll find her highly imposing as a fishmonger. Oh, there's a BV here. We shall wave to the BV. I remember spending a lot of time in Limsa back in the day, listening to the day and night theme and trying to figure out something to do, or waiting for a dungeon to queue. Sir? We've carpet, trout, lobster, and shrimp. But I hear tell you've been looking for a special breed of fish. The long, skinny kind what's bark will put a bloke on its arse. We don't sell that kind of thing here, but you might try them foreign merchants. What was it called again? Ah, the Traders of Edge. They hail from the South Sea Isles and are known for dealing in all types of nasty spitters and cutters. I should warn you, these folks ain't ones for questioning the source of the merchandise. In fact, they seem more happy to pay for goods what came from below decks, so to speak. But if you're still keen to get your hands on those rare fish, then you best hurry. The Edge merchant was visiting Limsa and looking to load up and leave the city before long. Just how he means to transport his goods remains a mystery, though. What with all these iron blades he's got nested in operation, It makes it odd for a girl to get close enough to eyeball the competition, it does. I'll be sure to keep an eye peeled on your behalf. But it might be as ye can learn a little more from the folk round town. The cab. Traders of Edge, eh? Well, if one of their merchants been staying in the city, then someone will know something to point us in the right direction. The trick is to listen without being seen. You'd be surprised how calls cackle when they think no one else is about. We'll focus on places with see plenty of traffic. You got the Bismarck, the Ferry Docks, and the East Hawkers Alley. I'll try me luck at a few other spots, then meet me in front of the guild when I'm done. Remember, keep hidden, keep quiet, and keep your bottles open. Ninja vanish. Diamond Dove appears distressed over some matter. Approach her while cloaked by your hide ability and attempts to eavesdrop on her grumbling. Diamond Dove is grumbling in discontent. The sneer on that customer's face. Does he think I can command the skillet to cook more swiftly just to meet his pressing departure schedule? I don't know how things are done in the South Seas, but here in Limsa, folk appreciate that fine cuisine cannot be rushed. Come now, Dove, you must not speak ill of the patrons. What was next on my list? Another finger sandwich for the dutiful sisters. Someone there must be rather fond of eggs. The Alchemist Guild. For some reason, I think an Arcanist Guild was closer, but Garoff is speaking in a low but lively tone to a nearby customer. Approach him while cloaked by your hide ability and attempt to eavesdrop on his exhortations. Garoff is hawking his wares to a customer. You have quite an eye for quality, sir. We've a splendid range of produce from every corner of Eorzea. One simply cannot visit Limsa without sampling some of the local specialties. Would you care for some freshly squeezed lemons and orange juice? Or perhaps our famed salt cod is more to your taste? Gorov continues to espouse the virtues of his merchandise, but his impassioned urgings appear to have little relevance to your assignment. Rerenasi was mumbling anxiously to himself. Curse my sense of duty. Would that I had stayed at the wench for that extra pint instead of returning early. I didn't ask to see anyone being bribed. It's certainly not my relief pilot. Wonder what that merchant was about. Smuggling, most likely? Should I report this to the Yellow Jackets? If I'm being watched, I could end up face down to the harbor. Welcome back, Strife. I hope your soaking went well. You might be an angel of death with a dagger's cold, but any rogue what shuns the shadows is headed for an early grave. Sneaky Coke and knows about without a risk of a scrap or slip himself into the best position to ambush your mark. Once they've seen you, though, your rum fun is done. Hiding is part concealment and part distraction, and you won't be disappearing on a cove what already knows you're there. Alright, I'm done prattling. What do you manage to learn about our musket-buying merchant friend? Slipping going to a ferry pilot, was he? And by what you heard from the chef at the Bismarck, this trader means to hop the twig and soon. That matches with me own finding. He's vacated his rooms at the inn and paid his dues in full. A merchant, we can be sure that he won't be leaving without his merchandise. So here's the plan. We wait for him to stack his goods on the pier, then you ghost in and grab all them firearms. I'm hoping we can get the job done quiet and under darkness. But it never hurts to be prepared for the worst. Sounds like he's got a small army of sellswords on the payroll. I'll send word to the Yellow Jackets and have them post a call near Hawker's Alley. That way you won't have far to bolt once you've bitten the goods. The mark should be along any moment, Strife. Have you got your sulking boots on? These boots were made for sulking. Sneak over there and lighten his load. You're not supposed to be here. I thought I ordered my hirelings to keep this jetty clear. 1, 2, 3. There's one missing. My crate of muskets, it's gone. Dave, stop him, you useless sluggards. What am I paying you for? Dun, 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 dun. You guys, you really don't want to do this. Yeah, that's a little Lollapel. These are our stolen muskets. The quartermaster will be pleased. Simple enough duty. That turned airy, didn't it, Colt? Once you reach the Yellow Jacket, though, the merchant called off his blades. Wise enough to cut his losses, I'll give him that. I'd say we're all done here. Let's head inside and tell Jackie the bad news. I heard the sounds of fighting coming from outside, and now I've whittled the cause of it. I thought we were aiming for subtle on this job. That many swads was there, and you got the Yellow Jackets what they wanted, so all's well that ends well, eh? You're on your way to becoming a first-class rogue, Strife. The job didn't unfold exactly as planned, but do you see the value of keeping out of sight? Skulking might seem slow, but it can save you time, and a fair amount of bleeding in the long run. Speaking of unexpected developments, I have a bit of bad news for you, Vikeb. I searched high and low, but it seems some unprincipled cove has yaffled your sandwich. There was naught but crumbs to be found. No, my sandwich. It was a Bismarck special. Did you know how much I was looking forward to that meal? Me belly's about to ready to cave in on itself. 'Tis a tragedy of the highest order, love. Ain't you know I can't bear to see me rogues in such distress. So I gave Underfoot a special assignment. He should be back any moment now. With a freshly made Bismarck special finger sandwich. You did that for me? You're not japping with me, are you, Jackie? There ain't no japping matter. 'Tis a guildmaster's responsibility to see that all his coves and morts are at their best for the job. Jackie, there you are. I got the sandwich you ordered. And didn't the chief give me a waddleful when I said I was in a hurry? Maybe next time you can think twice before you yaffle a fellow rogue sip. Oh, bollocks. ... Jackie, did you eat my supper? Now, lass, let's not be hasty. There's a fresh new sandwich right here for ye. No harm done, eh? You cloyed something what belonged to me, Jackie, and I can't ignore the code. Aye, the code. We must ignore the code. You're having a laugh, aren't you, lass? Lass? That might be the swiftest string-up I've ever seen. A punishment to fit the crime. Take a good long look, Strife. The code exists to preserve peace in Limsa, to keep the alleys from running red with blood. This city's me home, and I'll draw daggers on any cove fool enough to threaten that peace. A pointed lesson. Let's head inside, eh? Your sandwich will get cold. Hey, do you mean to leave me here all night? At least he gave me a grand view of the harbor. God's pissed these robes are tight. And now we find ourselves indebted to the Rogues Guild. The Rogues Guild. The impropriety of it all. Would that I could use them occupying a cell next to those thieving pirates. Yes, I want to go inside. Well, they got you down, Jackie. Them robes will leave chafe marks for a bleeding week. I may have wriggled myself free, but that's the last time I let me belly do the thinking. And just think, if we kept stringing me up over an egg sandwich, those codes will truly stomp on the code, get it far worse. Keep up your training, lad, and you'll be heading out road justice yourself. Strife, just the cover I was hoping to see. We've some nasty trouble brewing. The client's on his way, so sit tight and pay attention. I'm calling Underfoot and Astray in on this as well. It'll be a right little rogue family reunion. Doom, 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 doom. Jackie, the client's arrived. Our guest here has come from Maelstrom Command with confidential orders direct from the Admiral herself, so you know this won't be a simple job. I'm afraid your guildmaster speaks truly, until several days ago when an emaciated man stumbled into one of our camps seeking aid. Upon questioning the poor fellow, we discovered that he had narrowly escaped a life of slavery. He claimed that pirates had raided his village, abducting him and many others to sell on a black market auction block. We dispatched a patrol to confirm the tale and found the village almost completely destroyed. It was a meager settlement without so much as a guardhouse, thus did its unkind fate escape our notice until now. You'd think these pirates never heard of the code. Pillaging honest coals and dipping their wicks in the slave trade, they're headed the right way for a good strategy. Aye, though it ain't set down in so many wids, the coast's notoriously unforgiving against those that raise weapons against the weak. After all, the first pirates in these parts were called what was fleet and impressive in the northern seas. Know your history and you risk becoming what it was you hated most. So you've a mark for us then? That we do. From the descriptions given to us by the escaped villager, we've determined that these lawbreakers are members of the Jolly Merchants. The pirate crew in possession of an official privateering license. It would appear, however, their privateering has been naught but a screen behind which to hide their illicit activities. One can only imagine how many other women's trade these wicked slaves. And we've let it happen right under our very noses. Naturally, the Admiral desires a swift resolution to this ignominy, but merely tracking down these poor souls who have already been sold is proven heavily taxing on our allocated resources. We could throw more soldiers at the problem, but that runs the risk of drawing the small folks' attention and inciting undue panic. Thus do we come to the Rogues Guild for help. We ask that you eliminate the Jolly Merchants and liberate the villagers presently in their custody, and that you do so with the utmost discretion. Consider it done. When those nasty codes will feel our short blades pricking into their backs, they'll enjoy but a brief moment of regret before the code is rightly enforced. Alright, let's get to work. I'll be going after the Jolly Merchants myself. Underfoot, the captain, you two lend your skills to the Maelstrom's investigation and see what you can whittle about the coals that have already been sold. Strife, you're coming with me. I think you're ready for the next step of your education. Shall we get after these slave and cutthroats then? Our client tells me the Jolly Merchantmen set sail for Aleport a few bells ago. Oh aye, they might have even boarded an Imperial ship or two, but that's just some mummery they're putting on to amuse the Admiral's swads. I reckon the rest of the crew be back on land, looking to snap the shackles on a fresh herd of cattle. And just to prove me theory right, one of them jolly bastards got himself spotted creeping about the roughness in Lower Lenosha. There's a Benny cover over at the Morby dry docks by the name of Swarsant, but I'll likely know the full story. He's more of a shipwright than a rogue these days, but he keeps his blazes keen for the guild. Head over and have yourself a Prado, and I'll join you soon like. To Lower Lenosha! Boom, 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 boom. Hey, I know what you are. What can old Swarson do for you? Hunting down jolly merchant slavers. Ah, well, that explains a few things. I was keeping an eye on the bustle about the dry docks, you see, when I spied an odd trio off in the distance. This rough-looking sod, one of your pirates, I'd wager, was broughting along another bloke and this poor skinny lass. I've seen whipped curs less miserable than those two being herded. Last I saw, they were heading south. If what you're saying about the slavery business is true, then the jolly merchant's not going to walk his charges all the way to the market. No, he likely has a boat waiting for him. And if I were a slaver heading south, my vessel would be hidden somewhere along the salt strand. That doesn't leave you much time. Said Jack he was on his way, yes? You best go on ahead. I'll point him in the right direction when he gets here. Le cutscene. Swarson came through for us, eh? Now what do we got here? This one looks like Charmer. Sodden move, I told ye. Me peg-leg grandma obbles quicker than you miserable sacks of shite. Or maybe you need another thrashing, is that it? You already forgot what happens when you try me generous patience. I'm sorry, please, no more beatings. We walked as fast as we could, but we need food, water. Then get in the boat and shut your traps. You'll get fed when we reach the other side. The other side? Where are you taking us? Are you challenging me or just plain daft? I told you to keep your bleeding mouth shut. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Leviathan's scaly arse, she's weeping again. Listen, we're out of the airport, alright? That's where me and my shipmates gather to take stock of the merchandise and decide what gets sold where. You see, some buyers want only lads, while others are looking for lasses. As long as we keep these rich bastards happy, we make more coin than we ever did scrapping with the Empire's war galleys. Not that you care about that, I suppose. What matters to you is that you'll be loaded onto the Jolly Merchantman, sailed off to God's nowhere, and Limsa will be a distant memory. So if I was you, I'd fill that empty belly with one last big gobful of sweet Lenosha sea breeze. I'm sore tempted to put a blade twixt his eyes here and now, but that won't get the job done. No, we'll let him guide us to his mates in Elport. Then we'll mill the whole bloody lot of them. Jolly merchants get their due. Or get their due. Don't you worry about that. They've gone. We best hurry to Elport. Unless you've a quicker way, there's a ferry what leaves from Candlekeep Quay. I'll meet you across the water, lad. I do have a faster way. It's called an aetheryte ticket. Interesting. I didn't see a fate. Strife, the Jolly Merchant's Cove, still with his captives. Seems they've taken a room under an alias. Hiding their operation in plain sight. Bold as brass, aye, but it's an old slaver's trick. See, even if some cult recognizes the merchandise, only a single handler gets boned. The rest of the crew just whistles all innocent-like while their mate is marched off to cry cockles. And you can bet they've threatened a bloody murder for any prisoner who raises a hue and cry. Patience now, Colt. We'll just wait until we're sure that all these blackguards arrived. Meanwhile, you better sharpen your stabbers. We've a busy night ahead of us. Ready for the job then? Once the jolly merchants are all here, we'll ambush the sods and set their captives free. Yeah. And that'll be long enough. We'll just have to hope there ain't any stragglers. Listen closely now, Colt. The merchants are disguised as plain old adventurers and have settled themselves in 3 separate rooms here in Aleport. How do we whittle which coves are the merchants? Easy. Take a look at the daddles of that bingo swilling coal over yonder. He'll be wearing lavender gloves, the exact same type what that nasty sod at the salt strand had on. That'll be how we find each other in a crowd. Or they find each other in a crowd. Of course, it's also how I whittled where each of the bastards was staying. Just notice the hopeless glazes of the company they keep, and you can be sure you found your mark. So here's the job all laid out for you. We hit all 3 common rooms, mill the merchants quick and dirty like, and get those captives their bleeding lives back. Alright? Oi, the storeroom's been forced open. Some thieving thoughts been at the ale. They can't have gotten far. Better get the lads to do a sweep of the port. What's that merchant cove gulping pilfered ale? You'd think they'd be doing their best not to draw attention to themselves, all things considered. Bloody oafs. And now we've got a swarm of yellow jackets buzzing about looking for blood. If they spot us wandering around the Darkmans, I have a feeling they'll axe first and ask questions later. It'd be best then if the patrols never knew we was even here. We'll slip as sneaky as we can into each of the common rooms and use the telltale lavender gloves to identify our marks. There's innocent coals in there as well, mind you, so let's not try and stab any as don't deserve it, eh? I'm thinking we should head out one at a time to better avoid them yellow jackets. So I'll let you take the lead. After you, Strife. Bye-bye. Shade away. Hey, buddy. Guess what? Looks like the last one, and you didn't even need my help. Back into the shadows, lad. Bye-bye. Not a bad night's work, eh, Strife? The master will be taking care of them poor coals we freed, and I've made sure none of the merchants we downed are like to get up again. As for the Jolly Merchantman, well, her crew can expect a visit from the Admiral's finest galleys, and it won't be for a team crumpets on the poop deck. Right, me naughty lad, our part in this is done. Time to head back to the sisters. Excuse me, are you the ones who freed us? Aye, was there something else we could do for you, miss? The master of Swads will take you home if that's what you're worried about. Oh, no, I just wanted to thank you. If I may, there was one thing I wish to tell you. Moments before you rescued me, that dreadful pirate was muttering into his cups. It was something about another raiding party that hadn't yet made it back. I beg your pardon. It seems they've been hunting for slaves in western Lenosha, and being so close to airport, our captor assumed they were out rounding up chattel until last bell. I just couldn't bear the thought of anyone else suffering as I have. Please, is there naught you can do? There certainly is, miss. You just get yourself safely home and leave this stray pack of jackals to us. I will pray for your success. Thank you again. So much for saving a victory pint. I'll send word of this development to Underfoot and the Stray. We've some well-learned trade for the last of these jolly merchants. By the by, how's your throwing arm, Strife? I think it's time I learned you how to fling a proper blade. When you're out in the wide open roughments, you often find the need to sting a cub from a distance. And I'm sure a canny lad like yourself will figure out all sorts of uses for a well-thrown dagger. Just keep it in mind when we hunt down the rest of them slavers. Throw-in dagger. Those last few jolly merchant bastards must be camped out somewhere in western Lenosha. Now, if I was a black-blooded, gill-grubbing slaver, where would I be hiding? There's not to the west but the Sahagan Pools. Even those bollocks for brains pirates know better than to trespass on fishback territory. And they won't want a chance running into patrols near airport, so that just leaves us east. The flock? They'll likely be nestled down in the ruins out there amongst the dodos. That's where we'll try to pick up their trail. You head on over and sniff the place while I send word to the sisters of the master. Bum 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 bam. Thank you for freeing us. We've been tied up here since those awful pirates snatched us from our beds. Those are some interesting looking dodos you got there, Strife. No sign of the merchants though, eh? Their leader mentioned heading over to Aleport. He said something about there being no signal, and that was the signal that something was wrong. They left us hobbled here like lambs for the market. One of them jabbed about keeping the meat unsullied in case there was trouble. Pray let us flee this place before they return. And who are you to just sit sidling and loose on our hard-won prizes, 'Twas the damnedest thing. When half a crew lodged in the airport, not one of them survived the night. Done in by a couple of sneaky curs what favored the short blades, they say. I'm supposing that was you two. Seems you've a bone to pick with our choice of trade. I can't say I have much use for slavers, except as a place to bury me knives. Oh, and I wouldn't bother yourself with waiting on your ship to come back neither. The jolly merchants are done for. You might have the right of it, lad. But then you wouldn't know the kind of coin 3 healthy slaves like them ones will bring us. I'll have a new ship and a new crew before a single moon has passed. You hear that, cattle? You're each worth a shining bloody fortune, and you've me to thank for helping you learn your true worth. Ignore this bleeding sot. In fact, why don't you step back a ways? These cubs are about to learn the consequences of breaking the code, and the discussion is like to get messy. Did you not think we'd come for you? You can try to stifle your victim's screams in the darkness, but the shadows are always listening. Protect the healer! You failed at protecting the healer! Bye-bye. Much for this hair to get underfoot. Or at least I would have if any bugger was left standing. That's a fine pile of corns, but it's not for us to do. Scraps for latecomers. The cold to me had a hunger. Thank you. I shudder to think what horrid fate awaited us had you not helped us to escape. I knew someone would come. You're just like the heroes in the stories. They always arrive at the perfect time and triumph over the villains. Do you think I could be a hero like you? I know I could be brave and strong too. I just know it. You don't want to be like me, lad. Listen now. Me and those coves there, we're the ones what the scary folk are afraid of. And that's because we keep the rules for the world they live in. We don't much care if you shirk your chores or get into fights. But if you ever break the code and betray your mates, then that's when we'll come after you, no matter how far you run or how well you hide. Live your life like the hero you want to be, though, and you'll never need worry about that. Aye, you two can stubble it and all. I assume you are the citizens who were abducted by the Jolly Merchants? I am Captain Milala of the Yellow Jackets. Maelstrom Command has entrusted me with conducting you to safety. It's alright, lad. These folks will take care of you. Go on, you best not get left behind. Was there aught else, Captain? Word on a new job? A job? From me? For you? How patently absurd! Why, I'd rather hire a sewer rat to mind my larder. Was it during one of your jobs that you turned Aleport into a slaughterhouse? What dark age is this that we must employ assassins to enforce the law? It is this continued dalliance with underworld miscreants such as you that prevents Limsa from ever fully expunging the stain of piratical infection. Look at these weapons you bear. A civilized person uses such implements to carve meat or peel fruit, and then leaves them at the table where they belong. Do you perhaps clench them twixt your teeth as you swing over the rails like the pirates you hunt? Our fair city has no place for those who refuse to abandon the brutish ways of the past. The only champions of justice this nation requires are the valiant and forthright soldiers of the Yellow Jackets. Jackie, what the bloody hells does this call want with us? I've not the foggiest idea, love. Just smile and nod. I've not come here to be patronized. I've come to put a decisive end to piracy in all its forms. Consider this visit a gauntlet thrown at the collective feet of the Rogues Guild. Heed well my words. Just before the dawn this very morn, a maelstrom vessel stocked with provisions was boarded and looted by pirates. Much of the cargo was stolen, and that is vexing indeed, but it is the theft of 3 items in particular, 3 unique treasures of nigh incalculable worth, that most distresses my martial colleagues. As for the brigands, they made well their escape, disappearing into the dawn's mist along with their precious plunder. A rum tale? What's it to do with us? I challenge you. A contest to reclaim these stolen treasures. Should my Yellow Jackets and I succeed in retrieving the greater share, I shall formally propose the abolition of the Rogues Guild. Upon review of our achievements, the Admiral will surely concede that your unscrupulous institution has outlived its usefulness. Blow it out your waddle. I've better ways to spend me time. Oh, do you now? The incident constitutes a theft against the nation of Limsa. Does that not violate your beloved code? If I'm not mistaken, you've no choice but to rise to the occasion. Unless, of course, you mean to slink back into your hole and abandon the fundamental precepts of your duty. Alright, you screeching shrew. You've made your bloody point. And you'll be sorry that you did, I promise you that. Your paltry promises amount to naught in the face of my conviction. I shall not rest until Limsa is free of every last buccaneer, scoundrel, and shadow-dwelling ne'er-do-well. What now, Jackie? For right now, we head back to the sisters. To Limsa! Yes, let's head inside. For a wee lass, that Milala's got some bollocks, and it seems she's well done with aught, so what whiffs of pirate stock? I don't take kindly to calls pulling me strings, but the sure is right, the code's been broken and we've a job to do. From the sounds of it, though, them crows knew what they were about when they cloyed them treasures. I'll need you at your best. It's time you learn the art of mugging. Rough up a call in just the right way, and he'll give up more than what you get if you just plain knocked him on his arse. Me and the lads will be busy whittling the story of them bitten bobbies. So you're free to head out and sharpen your skill. Might even be as you'll pocket some extra blunt while you're at it, eh? Been practicing your dance steps, Strife? Because we're about ready to run things around Captain Milala and her swads. The Yellow Jackets have been pressing their investigations into the treasures what cloyed from the Maelstrom tub, but as you know, we've got our own network of cubs what don't miss naught over the goings and mourns about town. As for the sharp end of the job, it'll be me, you, Underfoot, and the Stray. Let's get down to business, eh? The cab's late to the feast, so I'll make sure we're all on the same page for now. When you get down to it, we have two goals for the job. Bite back them three treasures and mill the codes what cloyed them in the first place. You can be sure that the Yellow Jacket sure will be doing her damnedest to beat us to the marks, and seeing as the fate of the guild is at stake, we best not drag our due beaters on this one. I say we grapple them baubles afore she's even lifted anchor, and give her a proper reason to rage against us rogues. You seem awful keen on this contest all of a sudden, Jackie. Well, here's the thing. I sent me a grievance to the Thalaccracy regarding the Shrew's challenge, but them paper shufflers don't care a whit as long as one of us gets the job done. So I figured I'd sail with the wind rather than against it. Besides, we wouldn't want to shirk our duties and force poor Captain Milala to blunder about it in scary Darkmans, now would we? How very gentlemanly of ye. Well, them cards is what we've been dealt, ain't they? Now stow your quips and let's hear what you learned about them bloody treasures already. The treasures. According to the manifest of the Maelstrom vessel, we're looking to buy back the Cerulean Star, the Silver Sorrows, and something called the Black Sarcophagus. Aside from the fancy names, I was able to whittle a few more details. The Cerulean Star, for starters, is a big old blue dino which shines like, well, like a star, I suppose. Then we got the Silver Sorrows, a pair of earrings once graced the wattles of a Sultana of Ul'dah. There's a tale there, but one that don't concern us at present. Lastly, the Black Sarcophagus thing, I'm afraid that one remained a mystery no matter how much I poked and prodded. In any case, all three of these trinkets are recorded as spoils from official privateering raids. Now, as you know, a pirate will usually sell his plunder through a reliable fence. Sometimes, though, holding an auction is the only way to offload goods. What is too extravagant or just too bleeding rare for the average coal to deal in. Our three wondrous treasures fell into the auction-only category. When the bidding began in Airport, the Thalocracy weighed in with an ample purse, made some unmatchable offers, then organized a tub for the merchandise to be shipped back to Limsa. And that's when our marks swooped in and picked their transport clean. I had a few wits with the Maelstrom Soilers who survived the attack, and they pointed a finger at the grinning curs. Problem is, not one cull's seen hide nor hair of the curs, not to mention their bloody ships since the raid. Sorry I'm late, Jackie, but you'll want to hear this. Some of the cargo was cloyed from the transport, which just found during a routine inspection at the Lothogran checkpoint. Lothogran? Have the curs made landfall then? And what are the treasures? Any mention of them? Not that I heard, but the jackets ain't done shaking out all the boxes yet. And we better get eyes out there, quick like. Strife, underfoot, you're fresh for a run, ain't you? Come on, Cold, I'll race you to the checkout. I think this is just the 20s still. Still got 25 and 30 to do. I won our race, you owe me a pint, Strife. Japs aside, though, it looks like the cat was right about the cargo. From what I've been able to catch from them swads at the gate, it seems the peddler was boned for carrying goods what was known to be aboard the transport. They carted the poor sod away in chains, but the cargo itself is still here. I saw a pair of jackets carrying boxes up that wooden ramp. We need to know what's in them crates. I get the feeling they won't open their gates for the asking, though. Not while this fool's challenge is going on. Do you think you could shulk over there and see if they found them treasures yet? Certainly. Two Yellow Jacket soldiers are inspecting the seized cargo. Approach them while cloaked by your hide ability and attempt to listen in on their progress. The Yellow Jackets are discussing the contents of the crates. This is all junk, no diamond, no earrings, and no bloody sarcophagus. Looks like we'll have to lean hard on that skinny peddler to find them treasures. The sergeant says the merchant still pleading ignorance, claims he was hired to carry the goods through the checkpoint and naught else. What a pile of puerile shite. I'm guessing the pirates have split the cargo and are trying their luck at every checkpoint. Captain Milala's already given orders to double the guard and inspect every cart and wagon that comes through. So they found not of value, eh? Benny. Thought we'd lost the contest before we'd even properly started. But be that as it may, something don't add up here. Why would you order a coal to carry the goods through the checkpoint? No smuggler is that daft, surely. And even if by some miracle of gods that you squirmed through Lothagran without raising a fuss, why would you risk taking merchandise back to the city what you coined it from? Now, there's a bigger picture here, and we need to take a step back to see it. Assuming the Curse hired this peddler to do the dirty work, there'll be someone in the shadows that's brokered the deal, and I just happen to know a cove what makes it his business to oversee these kinds of shady arrangements. The thing is, this black marketeer bloke changes his haunts depending on how the breeze blows. Quite literally, in fact. I seem to recall the navigator's veil being shifted by a westerly this morning, so that put him at Tiller's Rest, nice and close. Why don't we go ask him a few questions before we head back to the guild? This one was a lot longer than I remember it being. Yeah, because this was only level 20. I pride myself on my memory for faces, but yours is unknown to me. Are you an earnest customer or an inquisitive annoyance? I must be sure of your intentions. The dance is old, but the name is new. Put away your daggers, rogue. I have peddled my wares to your kind since the upright thieves stalked the night. Speak, what would you have on this humble merchant? Still tormenting the colts, eh, Granddad? We've come for information on the smuggling job. There was this peddler what was caught at the Lothagran checkpoint moving merchandise from the Grinning Curs, pleading ignorant innocence even when he had the screws put to him. You wouldn't know aught about that deal, would you? Every last sort of detail, not a single grain of stolen sand passes through the shadows without my knowledge. But such prickly wisdom lodges tightly in one's throat. What have you brought to ease the pain of its passage? Spare me the theatrics, Granddad. Here's your usual purse. The sum is paid, the deal is made. May my answer sate your fickle hunger. Your hapless peddler was indeed innocent. He was but a beast of burden employed by associates of the Grinning Curs, and likely knew naught of his freight's tainted nature. A pawn, if you will, a convenient decoy. There are those amongst my acquaintances who specialize in providing such services. That's what I thought. The Curs wanted the coal to get caught, and now the jackets have had a taste. They'll waste their time yapping every shite pie that comes through their checkpoints. And meanwhile, the real treasures are hidden away in the Darkmans, along with the Grinning Curs. Not the Darkmans, Master Rogue. The Mist. Aside from the traveling merchant, the Curs associates have spent coin on another piece for this little game. A navigator. One who has practiced in piloting a vessel through the Doxies Pool. The Doxies? The gods only know how many ships have sailed into that fog soup and never come out again. And that's where you say the Curs have gone to ground? Now there's a trick which took some bollocks. Once their hunted tub was sitting dimmer in the mist, though, it would have been easy to have these associates of theirs ferry the junk goods to Lenosha. Then the canny cubs just needed to wait for the peddler to get boned and draw the gases of the Yellow Jackets inland. We need to strike now. As soon as they learn the coast is clear, they'll flee for open waters. A fair appraisal of events. Now that you know the location of your marks, however, it will not be so difficult to track them down. The Doxy's pool was once an impenetrable shroud, but ever since the calamity, the mists are far less constant. Narrow your search to the heaviest banks, and you will soon uncover those who wish to remain unseen. But now, a warning. The mists conceal other dangers besides the dogs you seek. A careless step may land you upon the chopping block. The chopping block? You can't mean... It seems I found myself another lead to look into. You hurry back to Jackie and tell him what we've learned so far. To Limsa! To the wall! To the sweat drips down my thrall! Oh, them maidens crawl! About time, lad. He was gone so long I almost sent the stray after you. What happened to Underfoot? Said he's got something to look into. So our margs and their biting baubles are snug inside the Doxy's pool, eh? I'll not discount the old man's warning, but we may not have a Bernard chance to crash the Curse and grab you them treasures. We board their ship right now, you, me, and Vakeb. I suppose we'll be needing ourselves a tub for the voyage. I'll have Woods with Sourcent and see if the dry docks can spare us by way of a ship and a reliable crew. Get your kit together and meet us there. To the dry docks! Strife, I pulled in some favors, and as a crew will get us close enough to scamper aboard the Cur's vessel. It'll be cramped up on that deck. If we try to mill the whole lot at once, we'll soon find ourselves up against the wind. So we're going quick and quiet and try to knock them off a few at a time. Well, Colt, are you eager to test your sea legs? Super duper eager. Alright, no one's seen us so far, so let's get to work. I'll sink me stabbers into the captain. Those two back there are yours. Bye-bye, Growler. their duty complete. Jackie, found me one of them treasures. Unless there's another fist-sized blue diamond on board, it's gotta be the Cerulean Star. As for the other two bobbies, I've tossed the cabins and been through 'em hold ill by ill, but there's naught else here. Well, we'll just ask all sweet-like, won't we? Spit it out, Kerr. Where are you keeping the rest of your treasures? You think I'd spill me guts to the likes of you, rogue? Maybe you wouldn't at that, but what about this partner you're working with? Algie, we don't need no partner. So you're telling me this was all your own idea? You woke up one day and decided you'd attack a maelstrom transport right off the coast of Aleport, then disappear into the loving embrace of the Doxies pool. Not exactly your style, is it? The Grin and Curs are too bleeding famous for being the crew what turned their snouts up at privateering in favor of keeping to the old ways. You've only escaped the Yellow Jackets' grip this long by crawling on your bellies and snatching scraps what fell from the table. You ain't the type to sink your teeth into a Navy-owned vessel, no matter the price. Well, maybe there ain't no profit in being cautious no more. The age of pirates is swift coming to an end. Merriweather won't be stopped, not by a piddling little crew like mine. That's why we've thrown our lot in with the executioners. That blue rock was just our share of the loot. The scraps from the table, like you said. If you want them other trinkets, then you'll have to take it up with our new mates. One job at a time, lad. First, we need to get these stinking coves on their tub back to the docks. Putting aside the issue of who gave the orders, there's no doubt that these was the coves as raided the Maelstrom ship. Now for a punishment that fits the crime. I was informed that a certain well-known pirate ship was spotted weighing anchor at the Morbid dry docks. I assume that this was your work? Ah, you missed all the excitement, Captain, but never you mind. The Cerulean Star is back in Bob and our sneaky little fambles. And these must be the grinning curs. Degenerate fiends, how dare you ply your filthy trade in Limsa waters? How many innocent sailors were massacred that you might sate your vile avarice? Every one of your kind ought to be lined up and shot. Musket ball is the only answer for this rampant display of lawlessness. Wait. Do you mean to just execute them here on the bloody docks? At least take the buggers into custody first. Handing them over to ye for lawful punishment will satisfy the demands of the code just as well. We've already got the answers to our questions, so feel free to take them away. Do not presume to give me orders, rogue. You only managed to capture these villains and their ill-gotten treasure by employing unsavory and unconscionable means. Why, you're not more than pirates yourselves. These bastards ain't worth a true pirate's spit. The upright thieves were sworn to protect us from ourselves. Now they're just underdogs for the Admiral. Merriweather yanks the leash and another buccaneer disappears. You rogues are traitors to your own kind. If it hadn't been for you... Aye, go on then. Blame me and my coast for your own failures. You knew what you was about when you defied the code. You knew that we'd be after ye. We're done here. There are still 2 treasures left, rogue, and I mean to claim them both. I'd reconsider this contest of yours, Captain. Turns out this fish we're trying to hook is a shark, and it might just swallow ye whole. I mean, he's being... He doesn't have to be nice. He doesn't have to. He's giving her a way to back out of this before she eats her own words. Or gets herself hurt. Like, he's trying, you know... Like, he's giving her ample opportunity, and she's just like, no. She's like, no. My penis is bigger than your dagger. Benny works on that ship, Strife. First blood is ours. How'd you take to fighting the sea? A fuse can stop an opponent as quick as a rogue, but mind you don't exhaust yourself just flailing your blades at the tougher coves. And that goes double for when your mates are on your flanks. If you notice yourself starting to flag, that's not wrong with pulling back from time to time, staggering your attacks with each other to keep the pressure on. I've said it before, Colt, but I'll need you sharp enough to carve steel for what's to come. I'm afraid this will be more of a challenge than ever with what little shrew was bargaining for. That's assuming the Curs wasn't lying about the executioners, and the executioners are who I bloody think they are. Twixt you and me, though, I'm hoping the name is just some laughable coincidence. Well, there's Strife. We've a rough job ahead of us, that's a fact. Matters are tangled enough with Milala Mort snapping at our heels, but we still managed to grab you the first trinket without too much fuss. Fighting back the other two treasures, though, that'll be a different story. Once the Stray gets here, I'll explain what, or more to the point, who we're up against. You ever have that sudden hankering for chocolate? Because I am having one, like, hardcore right now. And it's not the preferred chocolate, but it's little Snicker bites. Alright, we got two bobbies left on this list, the Silver Sorrows and the Black Sarcophagus. Let's see where we're at. Oi, where's Purimugatsu? Underfoot, he's still looking to whittle the tail behind that bleeding sarcophagus. We'll not be cloying that stickler until we've at least an inkling of what the bloody thing looks like. Treasures aside, I've been doing some digging on my own into these executioner allies of the Grinning Curs. I'm afraid the name weren't no coincidence. Right, you've heard of the bloody executioners, I hope. It seems them Curs was feeding from the famble of one of the nation's greatest pirate powers. This ain't no ordinary crew of cutthroats, lad. Within Limsa, the bloody executioners wield a power and influence second only to the Admiral herself. I was none too fond of Merylweb on our prohibition of piracy, and it was only the overwhelming threat posed by the Garlean Empire would eventually convince them to play nice with the Thalaccracy. But pirates ain't ones to play nice for long. Now that Hilifer ain't around to helm the ship, the solidarity of the bloody executioners has begun to show cracks. All the strongest captains and lieutenants have begun to form their own factions and are scrabbling to claim the top chair for themselves. Of course, not one bloody cove can agree with another on which way the executioners ought to sail. Among these new factions, though, is a group that is pushing to break free of the Admiral's grip completely. Turns out these reformists, as they call themselves, was the ones who took the Grinning Curs under their wing. Which means they've got possession of the last two treasures we've yet to cloy. Rumors around town say that even for executioners, these coves bloody are ruthless and not to be crossed. We should sit this one out, Jackie. Piss on me, Lala's contest. It ain't worth this kind of grief. We'd be inviting the wrath of a crew so large and dangerous that even the Admiral ain't keen on coming to blows with them, if they ever came after us. Large or small, it don't matter much. They broke the code when they hit that maelstrom tub. The Grinnikers are paying for that crime, but we'd be forestalled excuses for Rose if we let the real culprits carry on unpunished. I mean to see this job to an end, and that means biting back them treasures and handing out proper justice to them as deserve it. But Jackie, listen, with all the infighting going on at present, us stabbing a short blade in one faction's toe ain't like to bring the whole executioner crew down on our heads. Besides, them reformist buggers are so far split from the main mob that they've been avoiding the city altogether. Now it's about time we got to work, Strife. You're to track down our black market contact. I sent him to looking into the Kerr's new allies a while back, so he should have some answers for us by now. The veil was lifted by a southerly this morning. That'll put the old man at his haunt in lower Lenosha. Here, take this sack of blunt and pay a visit of the House of Sticks. That's kobold territory if you didn't know. The old man bribes them with the ore and hires the biggest and meanest sods as bodyguards. Just be ready for your approach to be challenged. Okay. So they're on the no-show then. I'm curious about something. Yeah. This is turning into Black Mage all over again. Welcome to the House of Sticks, young rogue. You must excuse my hireling's enthusiasm for greeting visitors. Now, have you any cumbersome baggage of which I might relieve you before we begin our conversation in earnest? A heavy burden for one of your tender years to bear. On its weight has balanced the scales. The sum is paid, the deal is made. Let us speak of this reformists. This faction that so wronged the code now seeks to peddle one of its stolen treasures, the earrings better known as the Silver Sorrows. The deal, it is said, is set to take place at Costa del Sol. The buyer, a moneyed merchant from the golden sands of Ul'dah. The earrings will be out in the open, vulnerable. I would target the moment of transaction were I so inclined, as the gentleman up there by the cabin appears to be, for he purchased the selfsame information. Though he attempts to disguise his identity, the stench of a soldier yet lingers. I know not where one such as he came to learn of my existence, but I suspect he works for a certain yellow-coated captain. Brave she is, but foolish. Stumble blindly into the underworld, and your groping hands will not save you from the holes at your feet. Sudden shall be her fall. Back to Limsa. Gotta get this last piece of chocolate. Welcome back, Strife. What information did the old man have on them reformists? Looking to unload them earrings, are they? And from an old no less. Can't say I'm surprised to hear the buyers from out of town. You won't find many Limsans willing to melt coin on what themselves are selling. Only the daftest soft would go about funding them as a means to pull down the Admiral. One of Malala's lackeys arrived at the House of Forty. How did they know? Them curs we captured must have cackled during the shrew's interrogations. We'll have to assume the Yellow Jackets know what we know, and that means we best get our arses over the coast of the Soul right bleeding now. I'll handle this one, Jackie. You and Strife can wait here for a paramoo. Oi, but Kev, what in the hell is she playing at? After her lad, she knows it ain't a solo job. No, not Runport. Le Costa del Sola! I told you to wait at the guild. I don't need... Well, it might be as I could use an extra cove in the shadows after all. Jackie has his mind set on punishing the executioners, but me, I just want to skulk in, cloy them silver bits, and skulk out. I reckon that if I can manage that, no one will be the wiser, then they wouldn't know who to come after. Finish the job without drawing me daggers, you know? Ain't exactly true to the code, but the shield of underworld honor won't stop the bloody killers from cutting me mate's throats and setting the sisters a glimmer. The guild's the only place what offered to take in a pirate stray like me, and I'll not see it burned to the ground. The deal's about to start. Say the word when you're bending to head in. Alright, here's what we know. The rich merchant what's come over Ul'dah is some old maid of Master Gagaraju. The call as owns Costa del Sol. Gagaraju's taken his guards and dancing dells on and pranced off down to the beach. Someplace given over the use of the entire resort to his friend. Seems she didn't want an audience for her bargain with the reformists. Which, as it happens, works out well for us. We'll wait until they're busy haggling over price and snatch the sorrows and hop the twig before they realize aught amiss. Sound like a plan? There, the players arrived. The reformist coin counter and an Ul'dah buyer are setting up at the southeast platform. The earrings ought to be nearby. Hang about. Where are all these other culls? The place was meant to be empty. I see some nasty looking blokes in Ul'dah garb and... Are those mammoths? That merchant's brought along a whole bloody entourage. I've gone and got ahead of myself. Should have realized the job would never be that easy. Want to mill a few of them bodyguards first, I reckon. You don't want to fight through a forest of blades should you get caught sneaking up on them narrow walkways. Jackie, I thought I'd... Stow your excuses, love. I know full well what you mean, what you were about. You start going soft on us, though, and it'll be like losing one of me arms. I can't take on the bloody executioners all by myself. It's only because I got rogues like you and Underfoot and Strife here that the guild can take the jobs it does. When our coves walk the shadows, it's bleeding pirates what do the trembling. Remember that, Vakebi. We ain't no two-gill robbers what piss their breeches when their daddies are caught in a honeypot. Or dandles. We're the knives and the darkmans, and no bastard wants to go blade to blade with the likes of us. I see you've not changed your mind then. You'll need all the stabbers you can get, and I promise mine'll be there when you need them. Benny, now let's carve a path to that platform and bite back them earrings. McKeb, you hide yourself down by the rocks in case the marks escape during the fighting. Strife, you and me will split up and mill the guards as we go. It's them puppets that's concern me most. I suggest you crash them, little buggers, before they can spring any rum fun. Creep in as close as you dare, then give them a good solid clap from behind. It ain't the most original strategy, but that don't make it any less lethal. Once you're done with the first group, slip back into the shadows and move on to the next. Not to it, eh? I'll head over to the back while you start in from the front. Let's wrap this up before them jackets blunder in and scare off our marks. Rogues? No one mentioned aught about rogues. But what in the hell do you think you're doing? I'm conducting a business transaction on behalf of the bloody executioners. Do you understand what this means? Do you know what they'll do to you? Aye, I'm almost frightened. Odd then that you're the ones who are shaken. It don't much matter to who you work for. Your bosses broke the code and we're here to collect. Those be the silver sorrows then. I'm sure you paid a caravan of coin for them shiny baubles, but I doubt they're worth your life. Let's have them then. Wait, damn you! You should know that this personage is an extremely influential member of the East Aldenod Trading Company. Surely you've heard of it. If the threat of reprisal will not stay your hand, then consider the political ramifications of interfering with a foreign dignitary. The Admiral would not desire you to damage Limsa's relations with Ul'dah. Yes, exactly. I'm very highly placed in Ul'dah society. I have powerful friends who would not be pleased for you to mistreat me in any fashion. You must understand the Silver Stars are a historical treasure, a gift once bestowed upon Sultana Nanasha Nasha by her champion. The earrings were later stolen from the royal vault, and we lost hope of ever recovering them. That I might so easily purchase them thus is a miracle. The return of these trinkets will be, that is to say, the sorrows must be returned to Ul'dah. Can you not look the other way for the sake of my nation's pride? You must think me some dull-witted thug. If this deal was being made on behalf of your country, then why are you sneaking about and consorting with pirates? An excellent point. One might doubt your quality of character were you to continue with these feeble fabrications. You need only entrust those earrings to me, should you truly wish to see them returned to Ul'dah, that is, after all. 'Twas to fulfill that very purpose that the Thalocracy bid on the sorrows in the first place. Bit late, aren't you, Captain? I think you'll agree this realm belongs to us. On the contrary, my dear scoundrel, I made the winning move the moment I knew we were dealing with a merchant of Ul'dah. I come bearing an official order of seizure, authorized by the Admiral herself. You will not be harmed, but I must insist that you cooperate with this reclamation of unlawfully obtained goods. Though Costa del Sol is private property, it nevertheless lies within state-governed territory. Come along quietly, and we need not inconvenience Master Gigarazu any further. These suspects will be taken into Yellow Jacket custody, and do not concern yourself with the Silver Sorrows. They'll be quite safe with me. The hells take the canary-colored harpy. We might as well have handed the things to her on a velvet cushion. I'll go find Underfoot and help him with this digging. There's still the last treasure out there, and you can be sure the reformists won't be giving it up without a fight. You do that. Benny luck to you, love. There you are. You left before events had truly been decided, and I thought you deserved to know the score. The Ul'dah merchant has acquiesced to our request and surrendered the Silver Sorrows into our keeping. We've also apprehended the reformer's accountant and will be holding him for further questioning. Oh, Bowden, an associate of the bloody executioners. You Yellowjackets don't flinch from your duty, I'll give you that. And what's this I hear about you buying information, Captain? I thought you'd sooner die than associate with the elements of the underworld. I will do what I must to stay ahead in this challenge, and that Marketeer's knowledge was vital to the case. 'Tis true I might find his practices distasteful, but he is no pirate. It is the fading era of piracy which I mean to consign to the history books, and this chapter will never be fully closed until every pirate-spawned relic, including you and your guild, becomes a thing of the past. Valiant and forthright, these are the words by which the Yellow Jackets live. It is a manner in which we protect Limsa. I swore an oath on these graves of my sisters. No more shall the innocent suffer at the hands of these savage buccaneers, these unrepentant killers. And a grand oath it is. I've got me fambles full just keeping the code intact. But the code is kind of an oath too, when you get down to it. And since I've sworn to uphold it, I've no intention of stepping aside and let you trample all over me or my coves. In fact, you'd be better off giving in now before matters get proper serious. Just say you're sorry, admit defeat, and we'll leave it at that, eh? Your audacity knows no bounds. I am done wasting words. I shall reclaim the last treasure, and then I will look on victorious as your guild is dismantled brick by brick. That's the spirit, Captain. Just don't forget to keep an eye on the earrings. The city's crawling with rogues, you know. You could keep the sorrows in a bloody lockbox in the Coral Tower, but look away for a moment and one of me coves will bite them beauties right back. Come on, Strife, it's back to the sisters for us. I forgot, this thing fucking takes forever. Like, lately it's been like, I go for like an hour and a half to get through the 1 through 30 quests. And it's like, I'm coming up on 2.5 hours just to do the 1 through 30. Seriously, this is fucking Black Mage all over again. You looking to head inside? Yeah. Well, after all that hard work, the shrew made off with the spoils. And as far as her den contest goes, I suppose that makes us even. It'll be the last treasure, this black sarcophagus, that decides the victor. Whatever the reformers are doing to keep it bobbed, you can bet your grandmom's teeth that there'll be some blade work needed before this job is done. Get yourself ready for a proper scrap, Strife. I was wondering when you'd show up, Strife, and bugger me if you don't look ready to mill an entire crew of slots by yourself. And Benny that you are, because we finally uncovered some hard facts about the last treasure. Won't be long now before we coin the win in peace and put this daft challenge to bed. Alright, I've gathered the other coast for a meeting, so let's get down to it. At long bloody last, the black sarcophagus has given up its secrets. Underfoot, you've some news for us? Aye, Jackie, I think half our troubles in whittling the truth out of it lay in calling this nasty thing a treasure. The black sarcophagus ain't no dimber bauble. It's the Mark 31? I forget what L was in Roman numerals. I want to say 31. In Magitech Mine, a bleeding prototype explosive that was bitten from an Imperial transport vessel. And even though it ain't that big, maybe the size of a small cargo box, they say the blast would have enough kick to incinerate a bloody behemoth. Seems the Garleans meant to start production at their factory in Lenosha, then distribute the mines throughout Castrum Marinum. Lucky some plucky privateer cloyed the prototype en route then, eh? An experimental weapon. That explains why the Thylacracy was so bleeding eager to bid at the auction and so reluctant to share the details with us. At least now we know the what, but there's still the question of where. The Kurds delivered their bitten goods to the reformists, that much is certain. What happened to the sarcophagus after that, though, we ain't sure. There have been no reports of huge explosions or the like, so either the executioners still have the mine or they traveled it to some buyer. The reformist faction came together out of their shared hatred for the Admiral and her ways. I'm guessing they didn't cloy that bomb just to sell it. What is it, Lonnie? A letter for you, Jack. Says it's urgent. A letter? Who's it from? The old man. I found it while I was sorting through our daily deliveries. Let's see now. Come to Thalios. I have urgent news. I've never known the old man to summon a customer. No one's seen him at his usual haunts for a while, so do you reckon there's some rum morsels he's dug up just for us? It could be. Strife, you and me are headed to Thalos. Underfoot Vocab, you're to take another stab at pinning down the location of the sarcophagus. Oh. Upper Lenosha. That's a ways out there. Over the river and through the woods, to the black puppeteers we go. You know, since we can fly to this, it'd be interesting if they could, like, make some of this landable. Kind of, like, be able to kind of, like, walk around, get some good camera shots. You're wasting your time, darling. We opened that Scrag's wrinkled throat bells ago. You cross the bloody executioners and you get what's coming to you. Did you like our message? We wasn't sure you'd fall for it, but a little mystery goes a long way, eh? Aw, now don't be like that, darling. Me and me mates didn't have much choice. When the boss says, go play with the rogues, then we gotta go play with the rogues. After all, we never asked you to come and ruin our game, now did we? And don't give me no long-winded speech about your precious code. The reformist vision stretches far beyond what them tired old ruse is good for. Once the Captain XIV takes command of the executioners, they'll give us back the teeth we lost when we submitted to the Admiral's leash. We'll be the terrors of the sea once more, free to rove and plunder in a new age of pirate glory. And I'll bathe in blood to see that age come to pass. I'll kick down your shite stinking code and have all your sneaky heads on the chopping block. Like hells you will. The only sentence with being passed today is yours. Hello there, darling. Ain't you a fine-looking lad? I've heard all this prattle before. Free to pillage and plunder, is it? It all sounds grand, but you don't think of the price. That shite stinking code is the only thing that keeps you bloody codes from milling one another. Without it, without Limsa to call home, you'd be adrift in a notion of Corins. But if you're so keen to keep company with the dead, I'll be sodden happy to oblige. You was prettier with your gob shut. I can see I'm out of me depth here. As much as I'd like to lop off your noggins, I'll have to be satisfied with dragging the two of ye out into the wilds. Kept you well out of the way, haven't I? Out with it then. Ain't it obvious? You stubborn Scrags is looking to swipe our new toy, and my job was to stall you. The captain has the mind with him right now. He's set to show the rest of the executioners who's got the stones to sit in the leader's chair. And what better way to do that than executing the bitch which snapped the chains on our crew? He's targeting the Admiral herself. You're planning to blow up the command room, ain't ye? You have me permission to panic, because if you'd rather steer clear of the city, I'd be glad to keep your company right here, sweet meat. We've got this mad Mort at our mercy, but she seems to be enjoying herself. I better drag her back to the guild and see what other information she'll spill. I'll need you back in Limsa as well, but you've business at the foremast first. You should find Captain Milala at her post there. Forget about the sodden challenge and tell her everything we know. Unless we just can throw off kilter, she'll do what needs to be done. Dun 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 bam 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 bam. Oh, you're one of the Jackie's rogues. You've come to steal the sorrows, have you? Oh, you shan't have them. As you can see, they're safely clasped upon my very own... You're not here for the earrings. The Admiral, you say? And you are sure these fiends are in possession of the sarcophagus? I must deploy more sentries at once. Do not think this voids our challenge, rogue. You can relay as much to your impudent guildmaster. I suppose you could thank him for the warning as well. So the jackets are on the move. Benny, I've been listening to that addled pirate cackle since I got her back to the sisters, but she's given us not what we didn't already know. And we know more than enough. I say we rally the roads and go after the mine before it blows up in our minds. The leader of the reformists, this Captain Ashtabir, is planning on milling the Admiral with a bang, and my guess is he'll be aiming to demolish the entire command room. You know the mizzenmast? Aye, the tower that holds the drowning wench in Pulver Hall? The endless bridge and her command room are right at the top of it. Then you got the district what surrounds the mizzenmast. That's the busy, beating heart of the city. Even with the threat of an attack, you can't just seal it up in the blink of an eye and call the whole thing calm. Try to explain the danger to calls that live and work there, and they have you frightened or stampeding mob on your fambles. Nay, lad, our only option is to have eyes snilch in every approach to the tower. I'll put the wind out to as many coasts as I can and spread them through the streets. Your job will be to cover the aft castle. Just wait and see, Strife. We'll get this Ashtabir and his little bum too. I'll get you, my pretty, and your little dog too. To the aft castle! Yeah, let's do this. Figures, the cab's at the frickin' Bismarck. The fog picked a grand night to roll in thick. This'll make things interesting. Our presence on the streets is far too thin. Where are the reinforcements I ordered? My apologies, Captain. There just aren't any more soldiers to spare. The bulk of our forces have already been assigned to guard not only the Admiral, but a number of other high-ranking personnel as well. Unacceptable. What would Commodore Reynard be thinking? There are dangerous criminals stalking the city as we speak. Call in the squads from the outpost if you must, but I want to see our security tightened and the populace properly protected. But Captain, we can't be certain the pirates' plan hasn't changed. If we consider the possibility that they've switched the target outside the walls, it would be folly to weaken those defenses. You've made your point, Sergeant. Return to your post. Once all is lost, it is far too late to question what one should have done. You seem troubled, sir. Perhaps I can be of assistance. I've been dying to meet you, lass. Keen to set eyes on the bold yellow belly what cost our crew a fortune in Uldar coin. You're an executioner, one of Asabir's men. You've strayed too far into a world ye don't understand, lass. Your eyes is fixed on the light of justice, leaving you blind to the chasm opening up at your feet. At least they'll say you died with your boots on. The yellow belly won't be bothering us no more, Captain. As for the mine, the lads have it primed in front of the wench by the time you get there. Good. Not long now before we drag that bitch Admiral, her pretty tower, and all her simpering curs down to the bottom of the sea. Then I'll raise our flag on the ruins of the mizzenmast and lead our brethren in a return to the old ways of blood and plundering. Blood and plunder. You know that most life is gonna kill her. Oh shit. Not after the command room. They mean to bring down the entire tower. If the mizzenmast falls, the bridges will follow. Half the city will. Please, you must help me. The danger far greater than we. Bloody hells, it's alive! No. I didn't see nothing. Please, you must send word. Someone be told. How did you... Your valiant and forthright weapon. You could hear that single pistol shot from miles away. Weren't hard to guess what happened. I poked the yellow jackets on my way over. A healer will be along shortly. Benny, that means we've only one last thing to do. We have never been allies, but I beg of you. You must stop them. Save the city. Lass, you know you don't need to ask. Taking down mad coves and biting back what was bitten is our job. You all set then? Ready, Jackie. Always. I'm down to cut a bitch. Well, let's go coy the sarcophagus. And finish with a coffin. Dun, 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 dun. Ooh, dangerous little bitch. Yeah. 60 seconds to find one more detonator. Gotta be on a ramp going up. Got him. Status report. Mine has been disabled and the engineers should soon have it safely removed. Our soldiers sustained some injuries in the battle with the reformists, but none were fatal. Also, the Admiral sends her sincerest gratitude. Oh, there she is. That's Captain Milala, the hero of Limsa. Are you recovered from your wound, Captain? We heard how you very nearly lost your life stopping that horde of pirates from blowing up the mizzenmast. 3 cheers for the Yellow Jackets! All cities be lost without ye! But wait, that's not how it... Sergeant, what of the rogues? Did they survive the battle? I don't really know, Captain. All we found near the sarcophagus were the reformists, either dead or strung from the rafters. Alive, then. 'Twould seem we're deeply in their debt. Captain, might I have the silver sorrows from you now? We've been ordered to hand them over to the Commodore along with the black sarcophagus. Why, of course, they're right here. The earrings. I could have sworn I was still... He wouldn't have. He stole them from me while I lay dying? That cad! I knew he was not to be trusted. Keep an eye on them. Indeed, I should have known. Are you sure about this, Jackie? We should have cloyed the sarcophagus as well. I think she's earned it, don't you? If it bothers you that much, think of it as a trade. If you ask me, they look a bit daft. Well, I didn't ask you. So the jackets end up with the mine and we got the diamond and the earrings, which means victory belongs to the Rogues Guild. Do you think Milala will leave it at that then? I get the feeling we ain't done with her yet. I'd say we're done with her challenge, but you never know when our paths will cross again. We'll just have to see what Limsa's underbelly spits up next. This city ain't ever quiet for long. Well, it's been a pleasure working with you, Strife. If you ever need a trusty pair of stabbers by my side, I'll know who to ask. I'm off as well. Bloody starving I am. Don't forget to yaffle a bite when you can, eh, Strife? We best head back to the sisters, too, before the shrew decides she'd rather hear us cry cockies, or cockles. Many work, Strife. Be seeing you soon. They had to give him the freaking ninja vanish. They had to give him that one. Gave him a chance to look cool after he got strung up by freaking the stray. You had to see that's the thing that kind of doesn't make sense to me though. You go and make him do the disappearing act to have me go talk to him at the Rogues Guild. Like he says the be seeing ya and you know everything, and then we got to go talk to him again to wrap up the class. It makes no sense. Oh, there, Strife. It'll be nice to finally have a bit of rest, eh? The job never ends, but even a dimber-damber like myself needs to breathe every now and again. And your venturing mates must be wondering where you've got to. That was a proper long assignment, but I'm glad you decided to see it through. You've proven to be a stalwart protector of the code, even if this ain't truly your world. When you walk back into the Lightmans, you'll have to find your own code to uphold. And when you do, you'll have the skills you learned in the shadows to help you defend it. Well, that's more than enough prattle out of me. Your travels might take you far and wide, Strife, but you know you're always welcome back here at the Sisters. Finally! Holy hell! That took frickin' forever to get through. Holy hell, dude. Almost 3 hours just to do that one. I still gotta fucking do Rogue, or Ninja. Alright, which means we get to talk to Jack again, but we're gonna take a break. Like we've been doing in between, so I will BRB to get a refill on drink and use the restroom. Alright, we're back. Alright, hopefully ninja shouldn't be as long, so... Strife, keeping your stabber sharpened, I hope. Because I got a job to be done, and I reckon the dimber damber what put the executioners on the chopping block is just the one to do the doing. My men have sighted some shifty types around Wineport of late. Not code-breaking curs, so far as I know, and that's the rub. We don't know half as much about them as I'd like. They claim to be simple peasants, refugees from some far-flung realm, but I don't know many peasants what sulk about in the Darkmens as much as they've been doing. So long as they're not breaking the code, they can do as they please, but being who we are, it falls to us to look into the matter and make sure that all's bob. As my gut tells me this may be a two-road job I've set underfoot on ahead, so pull on your best beater cases, head to Wineport and meet 'em there. To Wineport! Strife. When Jackie said he'd be sending one of the guild's canniest coves along with me, I had a feeling it might be you. Now, I'd love to tell you old Underfoot's already whittled the whole scrap out of our friends, but truth is, I've turned up more questions than answers. They claim to hail from the South Sea Isles, but me little birds at Melvin's Gate swear to the last man that that's some piss-poor mummery. There's no record of any such ship sailing into port. Looks like it falls to you and me to take a closer snilch, eh? I hope you brought your sharpest stabbers, as there's no telling who we're... Did you hear that, lad? Either old Underfoot's gone daft or some more just screamed out for dear life. Something tells me our little task is about to take a turn for the interested. Let's say we go see what's what. Have mercy, I am but a simple milkmaid without a single guild of my name. Rest easy, lass. My friend and I mean you no harm. Though I must say, you've got me curious. Just what in the name of the 12 happened here? I had just come to town to purchase some supplies. No sooner had I walked through the gates than I was suddenly accosted by 3 burly drunkards who demanded that I hand over all of my possessions. To my good fortune, it seems, the men had partaken a bit too heavily. When they saw the meager contents of my coin purse, they began to squabble amongst themselves. A fistfight ensued, and before I knew it, the 3 men were lying on the ground as you see them now. Sounds like Nimia smiled upon you today, lass. Though might I suggest you be a bit more careful on your next visit. All manner of scurvy sorts frequent these parts, and you'll find that not all of them are blundering lackwits like your friends here. Thank you for your concern, good sir, and rest assured that I will take your words to heart. Good day to the both of you. Now, Strife, how do the girls' wits strike you? You too? I was thinking the very same. Squabbling amongst themselves. Just look, they're barely a scratch on any of these louts. I'd wager there's more to the rum doxy that she's letting on. Come, let's go on the drag and see what she might be hiding. One second. Papa Strife summons, I will BRB. Alright, we're back to it. Sorry. The right mess we've got here. You reckon these cubs got on the wrong side of our last? One thing's for sure, they're no more peasants than you and I. One look at those stabbers tells me as much. I've failed. I beg of you. Take this and return it to Mr. Obera, to Lady Subame. It's too late. Poor Sod's dead. As for the stone, your guess is as good as mine. Lucky charm of sorts, mayhap? Anyway, we best start moving our doer beaters before the last gets away. The footprints lead in the direction of Upper La Noche. She hides behind a tree as if that could hide her from me. She didn't really think she could fool me with those silly rags, did she? Or did she? Perhaps she's not as clever as we believe. And a mysterious savior rushes to the damsel's defense. Such chivalry, such compassion. Such folly. Little does he know that girl is more than capable of taking care of herself. And right on cue, Overo the Dim leaps onto the scene to save his dear little swallow in the most unsurprising surprise attack the realm has ever seen. Cease your ramblings, Karasu, before I rip that tongue from your bloody beak. Meow, our hero is wounded. A stab through the heart, his childhood friend stands before him, blades drawn and hate in their eyes. Oh, the tragedy of it all. The audience sobs. And what's this? A couple of bit players who have forgotten to leave the stage. Did no one tell them their part in the play is long since over? Oh, and the faceless rogue shows surprising skill. Perhaps he yet has a role to play. I will say this much, unlike a certain someone, at least you intrigue me. But other matters demand our hero's attention, and so the first act must draw to a close. Come, my pet. Wait, Karasu! Never quick to retreat, that one. The two gentlemen from Wineport. Did you follow me here? Beg pardon, miss. My friend and I are here on behalf of the dutiful sisters, and you, sister, have some questions to answer. I've lived on the underbelly of society long enough to recognize when a man's more than he seems. So make this easy for us, lass. Just who exactly are you, and what are you doing here? And here's hoping for both your sakes that it doesn't involve breaking no code. So you are the rogues of whom Lady Yugiri spoke. Forgive me, we were remiss in not seeking you out sooner. Very well, you shall know all there is to know. My name is Oboro, and she is Subami. We hail from a village in Doma, several thousand miles across the sea. We are... but perhaps you have no word for what we are. In our own tongue, one might call us shinobi. Doma? The Imperial Province? The same. No, it did not have to be so. Our countrymen fought with honor against the might of Garlemald. What we lacked in number, we made up for with martial prowess. It was a battle we could have won had we not been betrayed by one of our own. Our every secret, our every move known to our foe. The tide of battle turned on the morrow. Thousands of our countrymen were slaughtered at a day's end. At the day's end, Doma remained under the Imperial yoke. The traitorous Kurd joined the Imperial ranks as chief of their covert operatives, or so they say. And that is the man you just met, Karasu, though I am loath to call him a man. To this day he whispers in the ears of the Garleans, making a mockery of those who once called him friend and brother. But no longer. We have come to Eorzea at our village elder's behest to see that Karasu pays for his crimes with his life. Come to mill a treacherous rook who blew the gab on his comrades. You sound like a right Benny Cove. Consider all underfoot impressed. Forgive me, this land and its tongue are still new to us. Nonetheless, we were able to lure Karasu here, but more than a few of our comrades gave their lives in the effort. And now this. Is their sacrifice for naught? You have my gratitude. When one of our kind falls, tradition dictates that we return their soul to the village that it may rest with our ancestors. What? Our fallen brother's soul calls out to this man. Could it be a sign? Are we fated to fight as one? I would make you an offer. We will instruct you in our art, the art of ninjutsu. In return, you will share with us your knowledge of this land that it might serve us in our mission. But Obro, he is not Toman. He is not of the village. Look around you, Tsubame. Our brothers and sisters are fallen or gravely wounded, and today's failure makes it all too clear. We cannot hope to stand against Karasu without knowing the lay of the land. Can't say I'm thrilled at the prospect of losing a dimber-damber like yourself, but hells, in my younger days, I'd been keen to try all my fans at some all of those techniques myself. And the more my waddles take in, the more these two strike me as Benar and Benar folks. Benner and Benner folks. If you're keen to lend them your addles, I'll not be the one to stand in your way. If you would know more, come to the dock storehouse at Ringcatcher Gully. We shall await you there. Who'd have figured, eh? Any road, the choice is yours, Strife. In the meantime, I'm going to head back to Limsa and report to Jackie before he comes and gives me a good clout in the knob. Behemoth. And so we meet again. I am to take your presence to mean that you have chosen to accept our offer? Thank you. I speak not only for myself and Tsubame, but for our entire village when I say that you have our profound gratitude. What I would tell you next, I would tell you out of the earshot of strangers. Byakabu has been instructed to let only trusted visitors through the doors behind me. When he speaks to you, Ayame, you are to answer Kaide. You need not know what the words mean, only know that they will grant you entrance. Ayame, Kaide, enter. Welcome, Strife. You stand within the provisional base of operations my people have established in your land of Eorzea. It may not look like much, either without or within, but that is precisely the point. We find it an ideal vantage point from which to observe the comings and goings of Karasu and his men without attracting undue attention to ourselves. My fallen brother saw you as a worthy inheritor to his soul. To honor his memory, I entrust it to you. The soul alone will not make you a shinobi. No, this will require training of the body and mind. Our art, the art of ninjutsu, originated with our ancestors many years ago. Since then, it has been passed down with each generation, mother to daughter, father to son. We draw power from the world around us, the heaven, the earth, and the hearts of men, and channel this power into physical form. I am told that this is similar to your concept of Aether, was it? I must confess that Eorzean words and ways remain unfamiliar to me. How does one channel this power, you ask? Through the use of mudra, hand gestures that call forth each of the three forms of energy of which I spoke. The first mudra I will teach you will call power from the heavens. In Doma, we call this ten. You are eager to learn, yes? Attune your soul to that of my fallen brother, and then approach me once more. It is then that your training will begin. Dum. Yes, I can sense it. Though you are not of our blood, the soul of my people is strong in you. You are one of us now, a shinobi. And yet your training has only just begun. Heed my words well, Strife, for the shinobi, blade and mind are one. The weak mind gives rise to a weak blade, the false mind gives rise to a false blade. But the mind that is strong and true, the blade will know no equal. Such were the teachings of my master, and his master's master before him. The shinobi must keep presence of mind at all times, or his blade may as well be one of grass. That is the lesson of the mind. Now shall we begin the lesson of the body? You will recall that the art of ninjutsu involves using hand gestures called mudra to summon the energies of earth, heaven, earth, and man. Ten, Chin, and Jin. Ten, Chi, and Jin. In the Doman tongue. Myriad techniques can be unleashed depending on the mudra you combine and the order in which you do so. But perhaps I'm getting ahead of myself. A child must learn to walk before he can run. To begin, I would see you master your first mudra. 10. The mudra of heaven. Summon the energy of heaven and project it forth, and from your hand will fly a flaming star, or a fuma shirt. Outside of the storehouse you will find a mokujin, a wooden man of sort traditionally used in Doma for training. Do as I have told you and strike it with a fuma shuriken. I will observe your technique from a distance. Yes, that will do, Strife. Clearly we did not misjudge your potential. Perhaps you have also felt your body becoming lighter. This is but another benefit of your training. You may find yourself able to dance through the air with your blades drawn, but be mindful, the true shinobi sees that no movement is wasted. You demonstrated your skills well against the wooden man, but wood does not strike back. Your next opponent will not be so docile. Prepare yourself. I see. Lady Yugiri spoke true. What Oboro means to say is that he's not seen anyone master the fundamentals of Nujitsu with such swiftness. Is that not so, Oboro? I'm capable of speaking for myself, Tsubame, but it is true. Strife has exceeded even my own expectations. His blade slices through the air as a fish glides through water. But that is enough training for the day. Now it is my turn to be the student and you the teacher. I would learn the ways of Eorzea. You will instruct me, yes? You have my gratitude, Strife. First, I would know better how the terrain of Linus... That's something amusing. My bow? I see. Who would have thought a simple gesture of courtesy would be so complicated? Like this, is it? Forgive him. Burrow has not been quite himself since coming to these shores. It would seem that neither the food nor the climate agrees with him. And let us not forget the stink of those infernal horse birds. All the more reason for us to complete our mission swiftly and return to more hospitable environs. Anyhow, Strife, that should suffice for the day. Practice well your ninjutsu and return when you are ready for your next lesson. It would seem you have some practicing to do as well. Strife, why, I did not even hear your footsteps as you approached. You're becoming more and more the shinobi with each day. Oboro has been awaiting your return. Please enter. I was standing right in front of you, Tsubame. Strife, it is clear from the manner in which you carry yourself that you have been most diligent in your training. But you are not the only one who has mastered the technique imparted to you. Behold my Eorzean bow, perfect in balance and form. Now it is time for your next lesson. Watch carefully my hand, Strife. With this mudra, the shinobi can summon the energies of the earth, chi. In our tongue, etch its form in your mind, and I shall show you how to employ it in battle. Killer combinations. Chi, or Earth, marks the second mudra that you have learned. With this, you are ready to begin the next phase of your training. It is through the combination of mudra that you will find new techniques. The first technique I would impart to you is Raiton, lightning release. When heaven joins with earth, lightning will flash and thunder will roll. In other words, form the mudra 10, followed by Chi. Channel that energy forward, and bolts of lightning will surge from your hands to strike your foe. As this is a more formidable technique than the Fuma Shuriken you have wielded thus far, I have taken care to reinforce the Mokujin outside the storehouse. Strike it with Raiton, and I shall observe. Very well. Now recall what I said during our first lesson. The techniques at your disposal are created not merely by which mudra you form, but also the order in which you combine them. When earth joins with heaven, the skies will rain fire and ash. In other words, form the mudra chi followed by 10 and channel those energies forward, and a searing hellfire will engulf your foes. But be forewarned, these techniques require considerable exertion of your spirit. After performing one, you will observe that some time is required before your mind settles and you are able to wield another. Now, demonstrate Kaiton for me on the Mokujin over there. Splendid! Your grasp on fundamental mudra combinations is firm, but knowing the how of the technique is only the beginning. You must also understand when to employ it. Shunin is our word for a shinobi who has attained full mastery of 2 mudra techniques. In our tradition, when a student is deemed by his master to show such potential, he is led to a waterfall outside the village to conduct intense training. I cannot take you to Domo, of course, but my map tells me of a place in Upper Lenosha that should suffice. Fool Falls. The name is less than auspicious, but it will have to do. Meet me there and we shall proceed. And away we go, away we go. Until today, I knew this place only as letters on a map. Gazing upon it with my own eyes, it is even more beautiful and powerful than I could have imagined. Yes, this will serve us well. My people do not worship your deities 12. Our gods are all around us, in the trees, in the soil, in the crashing waters before you. Close your eyes and open your heart to the sound of the rushing falls, that you might purge your mind of all worldly thoughts and distractions. The techniques you have learned will serve you well in battle, but confuse the order of your mudra and you can just as easily turn victory into defeat. It is imperative that you keep a single focus of mind. So it is that masters have brought their students to falls like this one for training since my ancestors' times. Who is the more foolish, the fool of Fool Falls or the fool who comes here without realizing he's been followed? Karasu! Now here's a curious scene. The dim one is accompanied today not by a swallow, but by a chirping horsebird chick who fancies himself a shinobi. The dim one is displeased. This after our hero postponed 2 assassinations to make this little journey. Could his friends not greet him with a smile and some crumpets, or whatever it is Eorzeans take with their tea? The dim one ponders, how did our hero know to find him here? Yet the answer is plain as day. The dim one is a creature of habit and tradition. Where else would he bring his prized new pupil? Tradition, our hero spits on tired tradition. No, for he is a shinobi of different feather. Ever-changing, never predictable, but always, always in style. Those who cling too closely to tradition are bound to suffer the fate of their forebears, or are the lessons of the past so soon forgotten? Ready yourself, Strife. It appears that your training today will be a more practical sort. But of course, all you had to do was ask nicely. It would be my pleasure to be your teacher for the day. Your first lesson, little chick. Raiton's lightning will strike a single foe, while Kaiton's slings will raise many. Wield them closely or don't. It's only your life at stake. Oh, how generous is our hero, putting aside his killings and spying to play mother hen to this horsebird chick. You will try to keep me entertained, won't you? you're going to kill me, you be quicker about it. Fought well, Strife. I, however, should have known to expect a traitor's attack. I was careless and put you in danger. It will not happen again. It appears that Karasu has taken an interest in you, and I fear this complicates matters some. Let us return to the docks. There is much I would tell you. I would tell you a story of our past, a story of the traitor and why he must die at our hands. Growing up in the same village, I have known Karasu since we were both children. When we came of age, we began our training together under Master Gekai. From a young age, it was clear that Karasu possessed an innate talent for our art that few could rival. I spared no effort in my training, yet struggled to grasp techniques that he would master effortlessly. In his own way, he possessed a mind singularly devoid of wasteful thoughts, a mind seemingly unclouded by concepts such as right or wrong, good or evil. Despite this, deep down, I always thought of him as a brother. All that changed on the fateful day when Castle Doma fell to the Guardians. Someone had betrayed our homeland, sold our secrets to the enemy. Looking upon my friends as their bodies lay broken and bleeding, I saw a figure fleeing into the hills. It was Karasu. Were I younger, more naive, I would have pursued Karasu as he fled in an attempt to reason with him, but it was clear that this man, this demon, was no longer one of us, if indeed he ever had been. Even Master Gekai did not survive the slaughter. Did Karasu bear him some grudge, or was it merely a student's ugly pride? For our master's fate was the grisliest of all. His body mangled, his once proud face shattered beyond all recognition. I once held out hope that if I crossed blades with Karasu in battle, that I might understand something of what it was that made him do those horrible deeds. And each encounter only raises more questions. One thing is clear, however. Karasu could have killed us back at Fool's Falls had he seen fit, and yet chose not to. It was as if he were testing us, testing you. Needless to say, this does not change our mission. For his crimes against Doma, Karasu must pay with his life, and yet his thorough knowledge of us and our art has put Tsubame and I at a grave disadvantage. But you, Strife, your thoughts, your movements are still unfamiliar to him. Yes, your presence might just serve to break his focus and afford us an opening. Yet to accomplish this, you must become stronger still. Promise me that you will not let up in your training. You have trained well since we last met, Strife. I've heard not a cry from the door as you entered, nor a creak from the floorboards as you drew near. This much is clear. Neither waterfalls nor men of wood will serve to hone your senses further. No shinobi of your abilities receives his tutelage in the field. Consider this your first lesson in the art of assassination. I need not remind you of who our target is. He is ever the elusive bird, and yet I have come across some information that I believe may avail us. Rumor has it that Captain Grumawil of the Bloody Executioners has narrowly evaded several attempts on his life in recent days. This is doubtless the work of Karasu and his men. None other are so bold or skilled as to even consider such an attack. Nothing short of death will cause a shinobi to forsake his mission. Karasu will strike again. The only questions are where and when. Answer those questions and it will be us paying him a surprise visit next time. Fortunately, I know of a man who might be able to give us what we seek. Captain Grimwell has a trusted lieutenant by the name of Wolfstad, a man who, if rumors are to be believed, is known to fancy a hot spring bath. I recall reading a famous bath resort not far from here, but the name escapes me. Have you any idea where it might be? Why, yes, it does sound familiar. In Upper Lenosha, off to the east, was it? Let us make our way there at once. You walk, I'll teleport. I need more chocolate. I don't know why, but I need more chocolate. And we're back. I had no idea that so many Eorzeans also enjoyed public bathing. I would say it is a comforting sight, but in truth it makes me all the more nostalgic for the pleasures of my homeland. That said, seeing all these people milling about gives me cause for concern. Even with these disguises, it's only a matter of time before our foreign mannerisms raise eyebrows among the more observant types. Yes, best we stay out of sight until our man arrives, so let's keep watch from high above until it is time to act. The time has come for me to impart to you another technique, which we call Sakuchi. You may think of it as compressing the physical space around you, allowing you to cross great distances in the blink of an eye. Go ahead, Strife, give it a try. I don't remember why I hated this questline. They fucking want me to use it. I trust that Sakuchi is now second nature to you. Very well, I shall await you on the rooftop, but be warned. While the technique will allow you to cover great distances in the blink of an eye, it does not allow you to soar at will through the sky. The ledge on which Tsubame stands is at level with the roof and should prove a suitable starting point. That said, a shinobi is ever resourceful. If you would make your way over to the rooftop by another means, that will serve just as well. Such bullshit. I hit the side. Nothing like a steaming bath and a bottle of fine wine and a couple of bucks and munches to ease what ails you, eh? As far as I'm concerned, Captain of Room can take his bloody time. Wolfstead. Very well. Now we need only employ those bamboo breathing pipes, descend underwater, and... Borrow, do not question that such methods have served us well in Delma, but might not bamboo rouse suspicion in these environments. You truly believe so? But underwater surveillance was always my area of expertise. I have an idea that I believe is well suited both to our target and the customs of the land. It will require just a simple change of garb and a bottle or two of fine spirits. I require your assistance, Strife. As I see it, there's no way the man would refuse a drink from a strapping gentleman like yourself. Intriguing. What could tell will be my role in all of this? I was thinking that your talents might be best put to use overseeing the operation. Yes, from up here to ensure that nothing goes amiss, of course. I must prepare now, Strife. Meet me down below out of sight, and I shall furnish you with the item that will serve to deliver the final bullet whistle. Oh, hi, Subami. Am I wearing this properly, Strife? I am not accustomed to garb that is so revealing. Regardless, I will entrust this to you. Though it may appear to be a simple bottle of wine, I have made a few enhancements to the recipe. Off-duty or no, a salty sea dog like Wolfstand is certain to be on his guard. I'll start him off with an untainted vintage. Once he's sufficiently good spirits, that is your cue to step in with the stronger stuff. I suspect that once his mind is sufficiently addled, he will gladly take a swig with a minimum of fuss. Now, let us begin. I gotta know. Like, I don't recall if I ever checked. Fear not, Strife. I was standing watch here, ready to leap to the fence should either you or Sabame come to harm. I was curious whether or not he'd actually, like, comment on her attire. Fine wine and fine wenches. Now this is what I had in mind when I took up the pirate in life. Yes, sir, may I interest you in some more? What's this? Think you can outguzzle Wolfstand's 7 stomachs? They're either a legend or a fool. Someone fetch me a cup. That's the good stuff. It's stronger than I had call it. Maybe I should take a risk. You mustn't be so modest. I heard that Wolfstand's 7 stomachs once drank a whole whale under the table. I bet you. Scary is a good mash. Me bleeding genius have kept me from the bottle for too long. I'm out of practice, is all.
Your duties? Why, that sounds so important and exciting. I'd do anything to hear more.
Did she say anything? You've heard of the bloody executioners. The nastiest, bloodiest band of pirates ever sailed the bleeding seas. I reckon our Captain Gomez sunk more guardian vessels than every other pirate combined. And just who do you reckon keeps the captain safe from all the enemies he's made? Why, that'd be none other than his deck mag Wolfston.
Navigator, have mercy. Could you not return immediately to your captain? Surely he is not safe without his most loyal, capable man at his side.
Under normal circumstances, he'd be right, lass, but there's one fish even I can't follow him. Alport. And the man is pretty particular about his grog, says you can't concentrate unless he's on his own. Not that I'm complaining, it's the only time we get a day's rest. Then don't worry your real hard, no lassie. Nobody knows the captain's whereabouts but me. And I sure as bloody as ain't talking to her. See, are you listening? That's curious. She was just a moment.
Well, were you able to loosen our man's lips? I see. Captain Grimmer is en route to airport and alone at that. If I know Karasu, this knowledge has not escaped him. Doubtless he has shadows already lying. He and his shadows already lie in wait. We haven't much time. Let's hurry to airport and ambush the ambushers. The sun sets and the port is cloaked in shadow. If there were a perfect time to strike. Speak of the devil. Look at how those men walk. Those are no ordinary deckhands. Those are Imperial shinobi, waiting to pounce upon and slit the throat of any who would stand between them and their prey. Karasu is too proud to entrust such a vital mission to his lackeys. He is here somewhere. Of this I am certain. Strife, you move forward and search the docks. I will approach from the opposite direction. Tsubame, you secure the escape route. He will not elude us this time. Take care to stay well hidden, Strife, hidden from the eyes of Karasu's shadows. And yet, I fear your task will be more complicated still. For it is not just men that serves Karasu, but creatures of the night. Creatures that see not with their ears, but with every fiber of their being. Give them a wide berth, or all shall be for naught. That should be all. Time is short. We must move swiftly.
fucking bet. Ooh, baby ooh.
That was a weird, crazy fucking chocolate all of a sudden, man. Can't get enough of that shit. What's this? No, no, no. This is not how the story goes. I'm supposed to be the one that surprises you. The tables have turned today, Karasu. Now face your death like the man you once were. I must say, popularity really does have its downsides. And if you're so eager to dig your own graves, here's your bloody shovel. God, slippery bastard. You have come too close to abandon hope. Come, Tsubame, Strife. Let us return to the safety of the storehouse and take stock of our options. Grimo lives. Failure of this sort does not become you, Karasu. Forgive me, Master. I had an unexpected reunion with some friends. Seems they had a mind to kill me, and just when I thought we were getting on so well. Your job is to give me answers, Karasu, not excuses. We can ill afford to let a few stray rats foil our plans. Should they return, kill them. This is your final warning. The next time you fail me will be your last. Does he have to say it like that? I'm fine. Let it never be said that I am not a loyal soldier. Once more, the Bloody Crows managed to foil our best laid plans. It is as if his skills burgeon with each encounter. How could this be? Has he perfected some new training regimen since coming to Eorzea? But there's no time to dwell on past mistakes. Since the times of my ancestors, failure in one's duty is unacceptable for a shinobi. My mission will end in success. Karasu's death, or failure, my own. But all is not lost. Karasu is not the only one who has honed his skills. Fighting beside you back there, at times it felt as if we had trained together since childhood. You have shown remarkable focus and aptitude for our art, but you must grow stronger still if we are to have any hope of triumph. Devote yourself to your training with the entirety of your body and mind, and Tsubame and I will do the same. I await your return, Strife. Strife, I look into your eyes today and see a mind unclouded by worldly cares. The time has come. I would pass on to you the ancestral garb of the shinobi. Knowing that this day was close at hand, I have already made the necessary arrangements. Karasu watching our every move, I cannot act freely. So I ask your friends at the Rhodes Guild to send word to my village and arrange for the delivery of the scepter. Needless to say, this location must remain secret. I have arranged for goods to be delivered in secret to the Deneville checkpoint. A porter there will be expecting you. Tsubame and I must express our thanks to your Captain Jatri. Be mindful in your travels, Strife. We eagerly await your return. So the easiest way to get there, looks like, take the exit from Wineport. Expecting a shipment of goods, you say? And that strikes me as right curious on account of how a scraggly fellow came by not long ago to claim them. They were actually yours, you say? Well, ain't that a bloody coincidence? See, the fellow I talked to said that someone was like to come by saying just that, and that if he did, he'd pay good coin for me to gut him good and proper. Have mercy, if I knew you were this strong, I never would have taken his money. And if I knew you were this incompetent, I would have put you out of your misery long ago. Well, if this isn't my favorite chirping little horse bird. Oh, come now, I'm not that scary, am I? I heard from a little bird in Doma of a shipment en route to Eorzea in secret. I surmised. I'm quite good at that, you see. It might have something to do with you and your friends, and I just had to know what was inside. Lo and behold, what did I find but a shiny set of shinobi garb?
Why did you not tell me it was your name day, little chick? I would have bought you something far more fitting, like a sacrificial greens. No, but I fear Brother Dim and Sister Swallow are mistaken. You're not quite ready for such an honor, but this is no fault of your own. After all, the student is only as good as his teacher. But today's your lucky day, little chick, for a true master has come to take you under his wing. 4 crates scattered to the winds, each containing one of the items you seek. 4 of my shadows guarding each piece with their lives. A test of one which failure will mean your death. Red Rooster Stead, Costa del Sol, Gigerun's Trading Post, and Camp Overlook. Claim that which you seek by your own hand or die in the act. It is of little matter to me. If by some chance you survive, return here. Just might find a very special present awaits you. Now shoo, shoo, I say!
Might as well do it this way.
Pardon me, my lord. Have you seen my olive goods anywhere? Oh, it's you. Don't worry, this won't hurt much. Dear heavens, I must have fallen asleep while bathing. How can I ever thank you for rousing me from slumber? Let's say I slit your throat and we call it even, eh?
Okay.
I think about enough chocolate for now. Tickled a spot on the way down just ever so much. I ain't running a charity here, lad. Get your own lore. What's with the dour face, lad? Fish just not biting today? Maybe they know you're already a dead man. Whatever possessed me to set up shop in this ungodly place? I'm like to drop dead from the fumes before I see a single bill of profit. Of course, if I bring your head back to Karasu, I'll be set free for life. And we're waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. Let's get impatient in here. Strife, I am relieved to see you safe. When you did not return, I feared the worst. Karasu did what? Forgive me, I never suspected he would target you on your own. It is clear now that his treachery knows no bounds. And yet it is curious. Again, he chose to test you rather than dispatch you by his own hand. His intentions remain as inscrutable as ever. What's this? Karasu. Welcome back, Strife, and hello to you as well, Boro. I left the present I promised you on your doorstep. Such a shame that you weren't at home. The docks, Tsubame, Byakubu, Yome, we must hurry. Strife, I realize it is far too early in your training for this, but the situation is grim. Our only hope of surviving the battle ahead is for you to learn the Mudra of Jin. This is the mudra that will allow you to harness the energies of your fellow man. It is also the final mudra that I can teach you. Jin. Tenjin T. You have now learned Jin, the final mudra that I can impart to you. Combine it with the mudra you have already mastered, and you will find 4 new ninjutsu techniques available to you. Time is short, so listen well. The first is Hyotan, Ice Release. Form, Ten, Jin, or Chi, Jin. The energies you summon will be channeled into a glacial flow. Second is Hutan, Wind Release. Form, Jin, Chi, Ten, or Chi, Jin, Ten. The winds will gather and swirl around you. Third is Doton, Earth Release. Form, Ten, Jin, Chi, or Jin, Ten, Chi. The earth itself will move at your feet. Finally, there is Suiton, Release of Water. Form, Ten, Chi, Jin, or Chi, Ten, Jin. Water will course and flow through you. As for how each technique will avail you, I trust you will learn on the field of battle. Now please, let us hurry. Tsubame is in danger. I smell like dinner is a-cooking. My tummy's starting to rumble. I plan on doing crazy stream stuff. Even though this has taken me fucking 4 hours, almost 4.5 hours to do. Shuriken, a battle was fought here. I hear no sounds from within. Tsubame must be here somewhere. Yakubu has lost his words from the shock. He can tell us nothing. Come, we must find Tsubame, and quickly. Tsubame! Tsubame! It is but a flesh wound. Over, look out! Calm now, little swallow. Say that it hurts, that you were scared. Tell the dim one how I took great pains to see that you're fully awake for every moment of agony and terror. Karasu, this time you've gone too far. Yes, those are the eyes I wanted to see. Let the anger, the hatred burn away any spot of doubt that remains in your heart. Yes, let the hate flow through you. Fire in your eyes, resolve born from all-consuming flames of rage and passion. A look in your eyes that day when you looked on as your friends, your countrymen were massacred, powerless to end the slaughter. Be silent, be silent, be silent, be silent! Tsubame, stand back. I shall slice this crow's tongue and then tear him limb from limb with my bare hands. For such pure, unadulterated malice. Finally, you are an adversary worthy of my blade. The true shinobi, ever calm, dutiful to his master, presence of mind. Yes, the first few times we met, you fought with all the passion of a Mokuji. Today, you stand before me as a man. You wanted a battle, and today you shall have one. No retreat, no reprieve. The defeated shall die like a dog, and the victor's tale will continue for another day. Bad timing on that part. Derby. Karasi Redbeak, in the name of your elders, I take your life as divine retribution for your crimes. Your bloodstained beak will feast on the innocent no more. Does he truly believe those words? Ah, yes, this beak is stained with blood, this I do not deny. But I am not the leader of this murderous flock. I'm tired of your riddles, Redbeak. Give me one reason why I should not separate your head from your shoulders. Oh dear. What a pickle I find myself in. Now how can I put this in terms even the dim one can understand? I am not the traitor you seek. He is not I, and I am not he. You believe I was the only one who fled Doma. Are you sure? Absolutely certain? Did you see the bodies, the faces, all of your brothers who fell that day? Think! I know it is not a strength of yours, but surely you remember. One body maimed so badly that only the possessions could identify the man. And the face could even be called a face. Naught but shattered bone and shredded flesh remained where once had been the proud features of... You lie. One more word, one more twisted, deceitful word, Redbeak, and I will. Oh, Boboro, poor, sweet, stupid Oboro. How long will you continue to deceive yourself? You lie, Redbeak, as you always have. Did betraying our homeland not sate your thirst for treachery, that now you must drag our master's name through the mud? Answer me this, then. If you were not the traitor, then why did you flee the village that day? How often have I asked myself the same? Oh, how simpler things could have been had I been naive as you. But the circumstances of Master Genkei's death did not sit well with me. I left the village looking for answers and found something far more interesting. Our master himself alive and well. In an instant his hand was at my mouth and his blade at my neck, a simple choice he gave me. Follow him and live, refuse and die. I would like to say I weighed my decision heavily, but the answer really was quite clear. Death is so final, after all. Well, life, even a life spent as an Imperial spy, holds so many opportunities. What's the matter, dim one? Do you still find my tale hard to swallow? Oh, believe as you will, redemption means little to a dead man. You are going to kill me, yes? It is your mission, after all. Sworn in the sight of the elders, tradition and custom, and so on and so forth. Candlekeep Quay. When the time is right, he will come, and all will be revealed. I just thought I'd tell the one who's shown himself capable of listening to reason. The lights grow dim, the sun turns black in the sky. Our hero fought and fought bravely, even. But his chapter in this grand memory has come to a close. Summoning his last breath, our hero speaks. Just promise me this, Hobaro. Whatever your mission, should you fail, just don't go off dying. I know how fond you are of tradition, but this is a new era, and we are not our ancestors. Besides, such an injustice wouldn't become a solemn youth like yourself. So live and leave the dying to those who can do it in style. Yes, I may not have been the hero I thought I was, nor the villain you would have me to be, but from the beginning I was me, and there is nothing I would rather be. Farewell, cruel world, and good bloody riddance.
Wait, Karasu!
What can this all mean? Karasu is dead, our mission complete, yet you will forgive me if I'm unsure how to feel about this turn of events. In any event, there's nothing more to be done here. Tsubame is wounded. Let us bring her home. The mission that brought me to yours is complete. Once Tsubame's wounds have healed, we have no reason to sojourn further in these lands. And yet, if Karasu spoke true, no, it simply cannot be. Strife, your return pleases me. I feared I might miss the chance to bid you a proper farewell. Yes, we will be taking our leave from your realm. My mission is complete. Tsubame's wounds have all but healed. Tradition dictates that we return to our elders to deliver tidings of their success. Redbeak's last word? I will not lie. At first they weighed heavily on my mind, but in the end, I am a shinobi. I came to this land to perform a role, not out of curiosity or spite. Mayhap Master Genkai still lives, mayhap not. It is no longer my concern. Karasu is dead, and with his passing, it is time to close the curtain on this chapter of our lives. Before I leave, I would ask one favor of you. There is a place I would visit before we depart your realm. I would go alone to gather my thoughts. Could you pray look after Tsubame while I'm away? Her condition has much improved, but I would like not to take any chances. Thank you, Strife. Your concern is most touching, but I am quite fine, Strife. In fact, it would seem that the injuries I suffer were not nearly as grave as they appeared, on first glance. It would appear that Karasu meant more to fan the flames of Oberon's ire than to cause true harm. Speaking of Oro, have you seen him about? It's not like him to disappear in the midst of our preparations for departure. Along with the thought you say, where do you suppose he might have gone? The place where the two of you practiced? Yes, he has always had a fondness for waterfalls. Yes, that must be it. Now, if Oberon's not himself of late, perhaps I worry too much, but I can never forgive myself if something ill were to befall him. You will go look after him for me, will you? I seek not to change his heart if his heart is truly made up. I wish only to know his true feelings, that I might support him in whatever humble way I can. Certainly, Subama, you cool. Yeah, it's burger though. Interesting, interesting. What are you doing here, Strife? I took you for a man of your word. Subame sent you, didn't she? Looks like I was the fool for thinking I could fool two who know me so well. Ever since that day, this is the only place in the world where I can find a moment's respite from the turmoil that rages within me. And yet, the instant the sound of the crashing waters fade from earshot, it all comes floating back. You have proven yourself a true friend to us and a worthy shinobi in your own right. Answer this for me, Strife. For what or for whom do you wield our blade? Or your blade? Yes, I knew you a man after my own heart, Strife. Standing here just now, that is the answer that I arrived at as well. I speak in earnest to you, Strife. Our battle with Karasu, his dying words, they have left me a changed man, and I can no longer deny what I had become. For so many years I questioned nothing, tradition, custom, my mission. I was a shinobi, a blade, and a blade does not think. I shut off the doubts, the emotions that threatened to rise to the surface, and told myself this was true presence of mind. I lied to myself no longer. In confronting Karasu, I confronted myself. Looking upon Subame, lying battered and beaten like my countrymen so many years ago, I felt a stirring single all-consuming desire to visit retribution upon those who wronged us, and to do so by my own hand. I have made my decision. I shall go and face the truth, for it is only in doing so that my heart will ever know true peace. I will go alone, and I will hear no more of it. You and Subame have sacrificed and suffered more than enough. The battle that awaits is mine and mine alone. If it is Master Gekkai I find at the end of my journey, so be it. One or both of us will die, it matters not. Either way, my mind will be at rest. You have been a true friend and ally, Strife. Farewell. Oh, bro. Forgive me, Strife. It was as if my legs moved of their own accord. It is just as I imagined. Oboro means to confront Master Gekkai, even if it costs him his life. He has made his decision, and I won't thus stand in his way, but neither will he stand in the way of mine. Wheresoever Oboro fights, I will fight beside him. If it is not too much to ask, pray lend your strength to us this one final time, Strife. You have proven yourself a true shinobi, and your blade, unfettered by tradition or convention, may just be what turns the tide of battle for my age. Oboro did not say where he was headed, but we already know, don't we? Karasu's last words, Candle keep quiet. Let us see what the guards there might tell us. Any unusual happenings of late? Not as such, save for a small private vessel scheduled to dock tomorrow at the crack of dawn. Other than that, it's all pretty quiet around these parts, as it wont to be. Funny thing, though, you're not the first person to ask that question. A milkmaid, fairly comely one at that, came by not minutes ago asking the very same question. Is that so? The milkmaid is one of Oboro's favorite costumes, as we might suspect he's one step ahead of us. If we could rendezvous with him somehow, it would give us the advantage in numbers, and with the risk of exposing ourselves to our foes too great. We should observe from the shadows until Mr. Genkai reveals himself. I will take a position on the western shoreline, you take the high ground and keep watch from the promontory over there. Between the two of us, that should cover the entire quarry. Who goes there? Show yourself! I know a rat when I smell one. I trust that I'm speaking with the Garling Empire's Chief of Espionage and Covert Operations. None other. But you can call me Master if you like, young one, for old time's sake. You're full of surprises these days, young one. The Oboro I knew would have been on the first ship back to Domo once Karasu called his last call. You look sturdier than I remember, if a bit gaunt in the cheeks. Are you getting enough rest? You always work just a bit too hard for your own good. All these years it was you. You who taught me the way of the shinobi. You who I loved as a father. Why, Master, why? Why else? For our village, of course. I simply made the choice that any true shinobi would make. Don't tell me you require a history lesson, young one. Since the time of our ancestors, the shinobi have served many masters. For many years I served Doma. Then when the time was right, I chose a more powerful master. Fortunately for me and for our village, my services were in high demand. Have you ever wondered why, Obero? Why, when the Doman rebellion was crushed by the Empire, was our village alone spared Garlemald's wrath? It was because of my actions. I protected us where the entire nation of Doma could not. Protected? You betrayed us. The people of Doma trusted us. Do you know how many Domans died that day? We swore our lives to protect them, and you sold them into slaughter. Do you feel nothing? Not even a twinge of remorse at the massacre you brought upon your countrymen? Countrymen? What is Doma to me when weighed against the ancient and glorious history of my fellow shinobi? History is littered with the husks of fragile men who gave their worthless lives to bring glory to their betters. I hoped against hope that Karasu was wrong, that his story was not but the twisted lies of a sad fool. But no, I was the fool, master. No, Gekka, for you are no master of mine. In the name of the souls of the untold thousands whose blood is on your hands, I declare your life forfeit. Revenge, is it? Revenge for foot soldiers and peasants. Is that what this is all about? That's why you lingered here, like a festering boil after your allotted mission was complete. Forsaking your rule for some selfish flight of fancy will not earn you many friends back home, Obero. Nor here. The more time I spend in Garlemald, the more I realize that the Empire quite suits me. There is something to be said for a culture that values merciless strength above all. I've won over quite a few loyal subordinates. Poor little one. All your lofty words, and here you stand alone. You are alone because you are weak. He has no subordinates, this is true. This isn't an army, after all. But Obero has something you will never have. Comrades who believe in him and the ideals for which he fights. Tsubame, how did you... Not just me, Obero. Strife too has come to fight at your side. Comrades, you would choose the company of a glorified sellsword over that of the master who made you what you are. Oh, how far my pupils have fallen. You are the one who has fallen, Gekka. Strife fights with a sense of honor and purpose that you have long forgotten. Strife, I cannot begin to express my gratitude. My friends, my comrades, I am honored to fight at your side. Let us show this false master what true strength is. like taking down the ad. I want Obro to be able to get his hands on him. Bye-bye. Tsubame, Strife, thank you. It was through your belief in me that I was finally able to believe in myself. And Karasu, you had a hand in bringing this chapter to a close. You may be gone, but you are not forgotten. Aw, that almost sounds like a eulogy. It almost makes me wish I were actually dead. Karasu, you live! But how? Well, when it comes to playing dead, I did learn from one of the best, you know. I see, but why vanish only to return? Oh, just an undelivered present. This is the fifth and final piece of Strife's traditional garb. Let it never be said that I don't complete my missions, even if it's just playing delivery boy. Wait, Karasu. The elders who named you traitor to our village. They were simply blind to the truth, as was I. If I explain, they will surely see reason. Please, let us return home together. What's this now? Now that wasn't in the script. How soon we forget, Obro. I was not the traitor, no, but I did follow him. That makes me just as much a traitor, at least in their eyes. Perhaps so, and at the same time you risked your life for what you believed in. We are not so different, you and I. The sentiment is most touching, but my answer remains no. The village is always a bit too cramped for me. I prefer to spread my wings on a grander stage. The honorable deeds of my present do not erase the terrible crimes of my past. I was a spy and assassin. Quite a good one, I might add. And for all the blood Gekka has on his hands, mine are nearly as red. In the elders' minds, you had one mission, Obro. Why complicate the matter? Bring this back and tell the others what they want to hear. The traitor Karasu Redbeak is no more, slain at your hand. You'll be welcomed as a hero, while my fate will be even grander. I will at long last be free. If that is how you would have it, Karasu, then so it shall be. But this I promise you. Slowly but surely our village will change. I will take what I have learned and build a village that honors all of our fallen. A village you could be proud to call home. Just don't get too cocky now, or I'll have to come back and put you and your whole village in its place. I look forward to that day. Let us meet again on the battlefield and pit our ideals against each other as we did that day. What a bee, bitch! I was not expecting the rogue ninja storyline to take me 5 fucking hours. And I still have to do Warrior tonight. It is strange, Strife. All this time I believed I was instructing you in the way of shinobi, and yet now that all is done, I feel that I should be the one to call you teacher. You have your steam back, yay! Thanks to you, I finally achieved true clarity and presence of mind. My blade is stronger for it. More important still, I now understand what I truly am fighting for. Body or mind, by any measure, you are every bit my equal as a shinobi. Save for one final technique which I now impart to you. Kasatsu. Use it to rearrange the energies channeled in your body and unleash powerful ninjutsu techniques one after the next. But be warned, in our tongue it means quite literally life and death. Which one it means for you will depend entirely on your presence of mind. And with this, I believe we have both satisfied the respective sides of our initial agreement. We will return to our village, which means I must bid you farewell. Well, perhaps not this day. I would see my home change for the better and introduce new ways of thinking to complement the old. But before I can, there is much I still must learn about this land. And so I will go on ahead. I will report to our elders the success of Obero's mission and inform them that he will return as soon as he recuperates from the wounds he sustained in battle. With the soul crystal that Karasu gave us, none will doubt the success of our mission. It is a flawless plan, if I do say so myself. Yes, how fortunate we were that I thought of it. Never change, Obero, promise me that. And with that, Strife, it seems that it is I who will bid you farewell. You've been a true friend, and my heart awaits the day we shall meet again. But you will return to give Obero lessons from time to time, yes? I'm not convinced that his bows are as masterful as he seems to think. Alright, finally. Son of a bitch. There was no reason for that to take as long as it did. There really wasn't. I can also hear in my left ear again. Hey, you're almost completely recovered all the way around. Alright. Alright, there's only one part left to do, and that's the Marauders Guild and Warrior. One more job to do. So, I will go ahead and load up New Game Plus here, but I am going to split it. Again, since this was one of the initial ones you could choose from, I feel this should be just as short as the others, so. So, this is where I will end it for now. I will probably be back, I'd say like 20-30 minutes or so. Let me finish eating, take care of a couple things, and then I will try and get back to finish this last thing so I can be done with the job quests. So, I will see you guys here in a little while.